Hey guys. How's everybody doing? I hope you're doing well. Who's ready to start the show? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a problem? Do you need the music to do something different? Because we can make the music. If you feel like, is that not a good intro? Do you need more of like a dark, ominous intro? We could do that. How dark and ominous do we want to get? You could, Is this better? This is probably better, right? I feel like if I play this song long enough, somebody's gonna have anxiety. What if I make it really loud? No. That's mean. You know, Hakase, sometimes a feature does need to take up half a page. Sometimes. I think a good example of this is Wild Shape. That being said, Wild Shape is not the most well-designed feature. Is this really what you guys want? You want industrial techno? All right, give me a second. I mean, I can get there. The question is, how quickly can I get there? I think I can get there pretty quickly, actually. How's this? This is good? Is this what you wanted? All right, we are going to start in 2 seconds, though. I hope you enjoy the industrial techno. I can't do that for that long. That's giving me brain mush. I think we're going back to the classics. Sorry. What's up, you lovely hooligans? Welcome to the show. Welcome. How's everybody doing today? Good? Good? Are you good? Are you well? Are you having a good night? A good eve? Welcome. Who's here? Say hi. Who's here? Who's here? Who's made it? What's up, BFG? What's up, Ironic Gaming? What's up, Artist? What's up, Darius? Bildo? Shades, you fiend. Shalakor, welcome back. Cheap Tactics, how's it going? Echo. Hello, son. Spencer. Matuzak, thank you for becoming a very cool member. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. What's up, Psychological Villain? Glad to have you back. Dandy Ready, how's it going? Danny Ready, not Dandy Ready, excuse me. What's up, Great Worm? What's up, Arcade? You're sick? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Sickness is not fun. Unless it's sickness and, like, getting down with the sickness. In which case, it's a lot of fun. But if you're not getting down with it, it's not fun. What's up, Colt? How's it going? Welcome to the show. My computer's melting. It's going to be done melting soon, but it's melting. Colt, how are you? Friends! Oh boy, what is that? Yet's a jammer too. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Have you missed anything? No, we literally just got started. Usually, I do a little bit of filler / hanging for the first couple minutes of stream to let people roll in, and then also in case anybody wants to submit stuff and they haven't had time yet. Or they forgot. We call it the filler. Because we're filling up. That's gross, Cinder. Don't make noises like that. You do got to get up to get down. That's true. What's up, Zeke? $2K97. Are you a basketball sports player game? That feels like that makes me think of my brother, who likes basketball video games. And I'm not very good at them, but I appreciate the love. What's up, Transgalactic? Where does one submit things? If you are a subscriber, just go to the Discord. There's the member section of the Discord. It's also tagged in the video announcement. You just got to make sure your account is linked. Alternatively, depending on where you're a member, you can find the link in the place that you're a member. That's not what it stands for? Oh. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm judgmental. I was making a judgment. What's up, Chaos Stripe? How's it going? Friends. Neighbors. Vigilantes. We're going to be starting the stream very soon. In fact, one might even say it's already begun. My favorite video game that was a sports video game was split between two. I really liked NFL Blitz for the PlayStation 1. And I really liked all the backyard sports games. Backyard baseball, backyard basketball, backyard football. All those were really good. NFL Blitz was not a basketball game. That was a football game. What basketball game did I like? There was a basketball game that was not NFL Blitz, but it had a similar vibe for the Xbox. It was like, but I don't think it was called... What was it called? It was like a basketball game, but it all took place in like courts in like people's yards and like parks and stuff. What's up, Heart of Void? It's been a hot second. You posted your art from the Wednesday stream? Cool. Is it bad to give a ranger subclass an 18 to not 20 crit range? Yeah, I would say so. I wouldn't do that. I might give them an ability where they could increase their crit range for like a very short period of time. But I wouldn't make it an all the time thing. And it would be like once a day max. And then it would be like once a day max for like a minute. I could also see it could be, you could do it like wisdom modifier times per day, but you'd have to call it before you did the shot. So like wisdom modifier times per day before you make an attack roll, you can use the power of the eagle to enhance your vision. And you can increase your crit range to from an 18 to a 20. Something like that could definitely work. But the problem I see it as is that the highest level a ranger gets their subclass feature is level 15. And the highest level that a fighter gets their subclass feature is level 18. And I think that to give them that crit range at level 15, when the champion fighter doesn't get it till 18, it's a little bit of an ish, maybe. But I also just think it's a very strong feature. What's up, Stray Bubble? What's up, Josh? What's up, Milky? You're thinking of making a character that serves as a reoccurring mini-boss to the party. Does this idea sound feasible in theory? Yeah, sure. You just need to give them ways to escape combat. You just need to give them... You need to make sure that the way the fights go, there are opportunities for the... Oops, where'd chat go? You have to make sure there's opportunities for everybody to get out. Or for them to survive. Chat, where did you go? Oh, there you are. I found you. I lost you for a second. I got scared. So what you could do is you could make there be combat encounters where it essentially, the goal is not combat, right? Like it could be the monster, the bad guy needs to get something, or needs the players need to get something, and that sort of thing happens. So it ending with one of them escaping. But yeah, that's what I would say. Did they get that at level 15? I thought they got that at level 18. I might be wrong. I'm nothing if not flawed. What's up, Adventure? How's it going? Champion Fighter. Oh, it is level 15. Who would have thought? So I guess there is precedent for it. So if you wanted to make that Ranger have the same Capstone feature as the Champion Fighter, from a balance perspective, it would be fine. But I do feel like it would be kind of I don't know. Just feels like it's been done before. For a level 3 feature, it would be insane, yes. Just because of the subclass, multi-class dip potential. I think limiting to large creatures is not going to help. I think that's going to run into the same problems that the original Ranger ran into, where it was kind of underpowered or like made. I don't think it was underpowered or overpowered, but it's one of those things where I don't agree with a feature being overpowered or it being non-existent, and I think that that's kind of what that becomes. Yeah, the Champion Fighter is not interesting at all. I agree. Boom! You guys can look at my face now. I've manifested enough of the flesh vessel. It's not gonna freak you out anymore. If you are somebody who is a subscriber on Twitch, either through Prime or whatever, gifted a sub, or if you are somebody that is a YouTube member of the very cool level or higher, you can, or if you're a patron on Patreon, you can submit homebrew for the stream today. That is the way that it works. Friday is my For the Members Day. And the way that you find the submission link is either through the platform that you give me money, or if you have your link, if you have your account connected to Discord, in the Discord section for the members. What's up, Lauren? How's it going, buddy? Zach, why are you playing Helldivers right now? Are you playing Helldivers right now? I'm calling him. Let's see if Zach picks up. He might not. We'll see. He's not picking up. He's leaving me on wrong. All right, never mind. Thought maybe we would have a little guest appearance from Zach Speaks Giant. The subclass is meant to be a giant hunter, and I thought the best way to convey that is you get a bunch of features against large or larger creatures. Shades of the Mothman. You have been here when I've talked about the way to build a paladin that hunts dragons, right? The way you build a paladin that hunts dragons is you don't give it a bunch of features against dragons. You give it a bunch of features that help it against the things that dragons are good at. So the way you build a paladin that fights dragons is it's good against elemental damage. It's good against flying creatures. It's good against aura effects. It's good against AoE in general. So what I would say is the way you should build a subclass that's meant to be a giant hunter is not by making that character stronger against giants. It's by making that character more capable of doing things that are the types of things it would need to do when fighting giants, so that it can be applicable to things outside of very exclusively fighting giants. That's what I would say. You could do a feature. I do think it's reasonable to do a feature that specifically ties to larger creatures. Like maybe you get a special climbing mechanic where you can grapple creatures that are bigger than you, but when you do, instead of it being like a grapple check, you're like climbing them. You could be messing around with stuff like that, but you don't want too many features like that. You want a lot more features that are more open-ended. That's what I would say. I don't think the idea is too niche. I think the idea is good. I think you want to just make sure the way you express that idea, the mechanics open themselves up to more things than that very specific literal niche. Because the person who's playing your subclass is going to inevitably encounter all sorts of environments and monsters and situations that are way more broad than what you have in mind when you're designing your subclass. So that's why it's good to make features open-ended in how they can interact with the world. I split the aberrant. I like calling it aberrant, but I know it's aberrant. I split. Why is that? Why do I like aberrant more? I split the aberrant mind sorcerer into 2 separate subclasses. I did something similar to the Hexblade warlock. There was a shadow warlock you looked at last year. Oh, interesting. CBS, if you have a moment, maybe not today, but if you could check my comment on one of your newest shorts, I need help with that player. I'm lost, honestly, and it's a ranger. Heart of Void, I don't know how to find your specific comment, but if you want to ask your question again, I can try to answer it. Somebody left a comment on one of my videos where, and I felt so bad. They were like, Cinder, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be annoying, I just really need your help. And I really wish you would, like, answer my question and maybe put me in a YouTube video, and I need your help. And they were, like, clearly had left a comment or a question somewhere, like, on some other video. But they didn't ask it in that comment. So I just had to be like, this isn't a question. But if you ask one, I can try to answer it. I felt bad, though. If I remember the old answer about an immortal character, Heart of the Void, you just ask the question again, man. Hey, buddy.
Hello?
Wait. Hey, you're on stream. You're on stream. You're on stream. Hey, how's it going? Are you playing Helldivers right now?
I am not playing Helldivers. I grocery now.
Oh, you're grocery shopping. I just got a notification that you were playing Helldivers. Somebody's playing Helldivers on your computer. Maybe the partner's diving.
Doubtful, but maybe.
All right. Well, I was gonna bother you, but I don't want to distract you from the world outside.
It's okay.
Do you have any messages for chat?
Chat. We'll say.
Okay. We could hear you and understand you very clearly. I love you. Goodbye. That was Zach Speaks Giant, everybody. He's the best. He's lovely. Okay, what was your question, Heart of the Void? He made his ranger the daughter of a demon angel, and Chaos is trying to force me to do as he wishes and complains a lot, and I don't know what I should do. Are you the dungeon master? I'm confused. What do you mean he's trying to force you to do as he wishes and complains a lot? I think you need to talk to the player and say, Heart of the Void, I don't understand your question. If your question is that your player is just being very assertive in a way that they're not, it sounds like your player is not respecting your boundaries and maybe not respecting your authority. That's what it sounds like. I would have a sharp conversation with him. And then, depending on if he's willing to change or try to change, this is what I would do. I would have a sharp conversation with him about respecting your boundaries and respecting your authority as a dungeon master. And See how he is. See if he's receptive to it. If he's receptive to it, give him another shot. If he's not receptive to it, say, sorry, I just don't think this is going to work. And I would have that conversation in a moment when you are not angry, and I would have that conversation not during game time. That's a conversation that you have when you are feeling emotionally chill, and you can come at it from a place of vulnerability. You basically, because if you care, I guess that's the question. Is like, do you want to play with this person? If you like this person and you want to play with them, then you got to go into it with that attitude. Basically, hey man, I really want to play D&D with you, but the way that you're playing is hard for me because it feels like you're really not respecting my boundaries or my authority as the dungeon master, and I need you to try to do that more. I need to feel like you're able to do that because I really want to run this game for you, but the way that you're playing just isn't working. It's not working for me. Something like that. Chat, what should I make for dinner? Dude, don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking. They're a bunch of animals. Yeah, I like answering questions, Heart of the Void. I hope that was helpful.
Hooray!
Skim Milk. That's very kind of you to be gifting a sub. My fucking YouTube, not my YouTube, my Instagram is having a little heart attack. It keeps sending me the same notification over and over and over again. It's like, I know. I saw it already. Stupid. What is happening? Doesn't matter. Zach should make spaghetti. He could make spaghetti. I bet he's pretty good at spaghetti. Didn't you make pasta last night, Zach? Don't make pasta tonight. You got to rewrite a lot of the subclass. I don't know. Here's what I would say. Instead of feeling like you need to rewrite the subclass from scratch, what I would do is I would take the ideas that each of those features that you created is trying to do and try to figure out if you could express that feature in a different way, or pull the thing that it's trying to do into something else. You know, use it as the foundation for the subclass. Hey, you okay, dude? I'm okay. Did I have a brain? Sometimes the flesh vessel kind of freaks out for a second and I don't notice. So did that happen? That might have happened. All right, you guys want to see what the wheel looks like tonight? Probably, right? That's what you're here for. Let me bust it up. Full screen. The wheel. Oh, I gotta change the fucking thing. You turn off. You turn on. Didn't know YouTube Shorts comments could be so critical. Tried posting some shorts and they're your worst enemies, I guess. Yeah, man. You gotta, whenever you're trying to do if you're trying to do content creation, there is an initial hump of people being mean to you that you have to get over. And it has nothing to do with what you're making, and it has everything to do with the fact that you are trying to make something and people feel comfortable being mean to people that are like not big creators yet. But I mean, I still get a bunch of mean comments, but I get way less than I used to. Like, I had way more comments when I had like 1,000 followers than I do now. So if you're getting mean comments, just delete them is what I would say. I wouldn't respond to them at all. I just delete them. Can subscribers submit to member homebrew? If you're a subscriber on Twitch, then yes. It's a confusing thing because membership has a different word on every platform, you know? People are comfortable being mean to content creators, but they're a little bit hesitant. I think they're more hesitant to in a certain size. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. I just don't respond. I just delete comments now. I like delete. I don't mind. I am not a... it's just easier. Just don't have to think about it. So the way that stream is going to work tonight, and the way that it works every Friday, is that if you have your homebrew appear on the wheel, if you pop up and you get spun on the wheel, then you can call into the show if you want. And we can, instead of me sort of going through your piece the way that I normally do, we can sort of talk about it as we go through it. If that interests you, great. If not, no worries. So you just got to tell me in the chat. You're like, I'm here. I want to come on stream. And then go to the Discord waiting room. But don't hang out there. Just go there if you get spun. Shit art from a shit person. Big surprise. Yeah, man. Who knows? Honestly, Arcade, that sounds like the kind of thing that would come from like somebody that like hates you in school and is like doesn't know how to get and is like trying to anonymously be mean. That's the kind of message that I feel like is an anonymous person that's not an anonymous person, like just a dickhead. You made a nice comment on a short and it got hate. Dang. Hey man, it happens. It happens to the best of us and the worst of us. All of them together in a big old pie. Should we spin this wheel? Probably, right? All right, let's get ready. Pause. Transition into the world of fantasy. To melancholy. All this music's fucking weird tonight. Why are you all so melancholy? Okay. Fail. Upbeat. There we go. It's a little bit more upbeat. Thank you. All right, friends. It sucks that you can't call in this week, but your internet sucks right now. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. TikTok is almost always nice commenters, while YouTube is almost always mean. I think that it's because you're a little bit more anonymous on YouTube. YouTube accounts people don't really associate with their identity in the same way that I think they do with TikTok. So if you're going to be mean on TikTok, you're kind of saying it with your chest. It's a lot easier to be casually mean when you don't really have any part of your identity associated with it. The power of anonymity is dark. All right, let's spin this wheel. Ooh. The Bombay Bergamot. Just want to make a simple bomb user class. That's like saying I just want to make a simple fighter jet. I feel like that's a hard thing to do. It's a rogue subclass. Well, I mean, all things considered, it's pretty short. It looks simple in its structure. Let's see how it reads. Here it is in YouTube. Here it is in Twitch. Let's give her a gander. This is a rogue subclass called the Agitator. Ooh. This is part of the Agitation Nation, I believe. You are the heat of the riot, the rebel against the tyranny kingdom, and any corrupt governor. The tyranny kingdom is a silly... I don't think that's... I feel like this is like a translation mistake. The tyranny kingdom is not anything. You could say against a tyrannical kingdom, but the tyranny kingdom is bad grammar. And any corrupt governor. I think that, honestly, I feel like you should maybe cut this last part off and just keep the first part. The first part's really cool. The second part kind of, you lose a lot of steam in the way that it's written. Like the flow is not there. Blasting your way to liberty with bombs and saving any innocent along the way. Okay, you get the idea across very quickly. I think that there's some nice poetry going on in the opening, but you gotta end the sentence here and find something new to say in the middle. Let's see what's going on at third level. We have handmade, mayhem, and overly packed. During a long rest, you can craft a number of dynamite sticks equal to your intelligence modifier for free. I don't think you need to say for free. I think you could just say that, but that's okay. They last until your next long rest. I might actually put them on a timer. I guess you could say they last until your next long rest, but you could also put them on a timer. I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter. And then you have the saving throw DC is based on your proficiency bonus. I'm not seeing... I saw that we have down here, this is the rules for the dynamite stick. So you need to make a note up here that the dynamite stick is down here somewhere. Also, the size of the dynamite stick font is ridiculously small. If you're gonna make the subclass, you should have the main feature of the subclass, which in this case is the dynamite stick, much, much, much more user-friendly in the way that this thing is formatted. Like, it's worth the time to copy-paste this text into larger font and make it more easy to read. That being said, we're gonna make do. What does dynamite do? As an action, a creature can light a stick of dynamite and throw it at a point it can see up to 60 feet away. Each creature within 5 feet of the point has to make a dexterity saving throw or take 3d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much on a success. A creature can bind sticks of dynamite together so they explode at the same time. Each additional stick increases the damage by 1d6 up to a maximum of 10d6. And the burst radius by 5 feet to a maximum of 20 feet. I pretty strongly disagree with this scaling system if this is an item that you're going to be able to make all the time. Dynamite can be rigged with a long fuse to explode after a set amount of time, usually 1 to 6 rounds. Roll initiative for the dynamite. After the set number of rounds goes by, the dynamite explodes on the initiative. This is also mechanically very unclear. What's the dynamite's dexterity modifier? There's no reason that you should have the dynamite roll initiative. That really doesn't make any sense. What I would say is when you use an action to light the stick of dynamite, you can instead roll a d6, and the dynamite will go off at the end of your turn after that many rounds. Something like that. I worry a little bit about the power of the dynamite, because if you're throwing, let's say your intelligence modifier is +3, that gives you 3. Actually, I guess it's not that bad. I mean, it's damage-wise, it's pretty strong. I don't know how crazy it is, but I think that, like, when you compare it to something like the Phantom Warlock, the Phantom Rogue, which also does extra damage, but it's triggered off of its sneak attack. The Phantom Rogue can use that feature how many times today? Proficiency bonus times per day, and it's half your sneak attack dice. So if I were you, I would maybe consider lowering this number a little bit, or having it scale in a pretty radically different way. If this is just an item you pulled 1-for-1 from the basic rules, I pretty strongly disagree with that, because I think that you should probably create a specific item that will be this character's version of dynamite, because there's a lot of reasons why I think this doesn't work as something that you can just summon a bunch of as like a core part of the subclass. You think the scaling can work? Yeah, the scaling might work, but in the current, I would say better to rebuild the dynamite from scratch and not worry about scaling it and just get it to be solid at level 3 before you worry about it at level 7 or level 10 or level 12 or whatever. Let's see what else we get. At 3rd level, we get Overly Packed. When you damage any creature with dynamite you've crafted, any creature that fails the dynamite DC also takes your sneak attack damage. This is very overpowered. Again, let's compare it to one of the better damage dealing rogues, the Phantom Rogue. You are dealing, even if this only did your extra sneak attack damage to one creature, that's still twice as much as Wail from the Graves. Still twice as much damage. So, unfortunately, I think this feature just doesn't work. It might work if you completely rebuild your dynamite system. But I think that the special thing that this thing does should be making dynamite. It shouldn't be making something that anybody can get and then using that dynamite on its sneak attack. Tie in the power into the unique thing that it makes. Because I just don't think this feature works. Divided, not divine. And even if the damage would be divided amongst them, I still think it's too much. Let's see what we get at 9th level. At 9th level, we get 2 features. Pathmaker and Loud Noise. Pathmaker. Your dynamite now does twice the damage for objects and structures. Totally fine. Very fun. Any creature that fails dynamite DC save throws also deafened. This is kind of like a ribbon feature. It's not the craziest thing. And you can choose if your dynamite will do bludgeoning or thunder. I almost feel like you realized you made the 3rd level features way too strong because the 9th level features feel a little lackluster. Like, all of these, like, this is just quality of life. This is very ribbon feature. And this is also very ribbon feature. I think this ribbon feature is fucking cool. I think the other two are kind of like, I don't know if we need this. Aren't most 9th level rogues kind of meh? They're kind of meh, but I think they're more usable. Like, the most meh 9th level rogue feature is the Thief Rogue, which basically has a thing where if you move at half speed, you can have advantage on your stealth check, which is very meh, but it's also, you can use it all the time, and it's still very useful at what it does when you need it. It's like way more open-ended in how it's situational. But it is meh. But I think it's less meh than like changing the damage type, because this damage issue, this is just an issue from the fact that this person didn't make dynamite do whatever they wanted. They just used dynamite using bludgeoning damage. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is they could just make the dynamite do thunder damage at level 3, and I think it would be fine. I don't think they need this. I think they only are using this because they decided to build it with dynamite without designing their own version of dynamite, you know? So it's like they're sort of creating solutions for a situation that they put themselves in. So I just think you don't need to put yourself in that situation in the first place. You can just make the dynamite do whatever damage type you want. Hell, I would even say at 3rd level, maybe you pick the dynamite either does thunder damage or fire damage, you know? And maybe it does something else. Maybe the fire damage blinds people and the thunder damage knocks them back. I don't know. There's a lot of different directions you could go in it with, but that's what I would lean into. Instead of trying to solve problems based on earlier decisions made, just solve the problem of the earlier decision made. BFG, I know you keep saying someone hacked your PC. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Why is that relevant? to me? Are you just sharing it with the world? Are you are you lamenting and you just want us to respect the hard times? Because I'll respect the hard times. That sucks. But I don't know what that has to do with anything. Unless you got banned from my Discord because your account was saying some nonsense. In which case, that might have been the case. I don't know. Are you the hacker? I am the hacker. It's me, the hacker. All right, let's see what we get at 13th level. We get Distraction. During a long rest, you can craft a number of Smoke and Flash. Smoke and Flash what? Smoke and Flash bombs. You're missing a word here. Equal to half your level in this class rounded down. They can be thrown in a range of 60 feet. Let's see. The smoke spreads out. Make a 20-foot radius around corners. Okay, so this is just the spell Fog Cloud. And this is blinding everybody. So I think that both of these are cool. I would make this smaller than Fog Cloud if you can do these equal to half your level rounded down. That is a lot of uses. That is immediately more uses than features that are like proficiency bonus times per day, which are usually the things that you get the most uses of. So because of that, I think you gotta tone both of these down. I would probably make this a 10-foot radius max, and I would make this a 5-foot radius max, right? Or I think it's a little too much. Shade says this is the spell Pyrotechnics. Is it really just the spell Pyrotechnics? I hate when people squeeze the... Is it? It is. This is literally just the spell Pyrotechnics. Okay, if you're just going to give us the spell Pyrotechnics... First of all, you can't let us cast a second level spell 10 times a day. That's silly. That does not make sense on this subclass. I would not do that. Also, if you're going to give us the spell Pyrotechnics, just give us the spell Pyrotechnics. Here's what I would say. What I would say is you learn the spell Pyrotechnics and can cast it a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay? When you do not need a source of fire if you have a dynamite or something like that. You know, tie it into the dynamite. Something like that, maybe. But I don't think I would... I don't think you need to... I'm conflicted because if a feature exists that's doing what you want it to do, it makes sense to pull the language from that feature. Makes total sense. But I really don't think it makes sense to take it so word for word, like in totality of the feature, without just saying the thing that it is. It feels like you're not making something, you know? So I think that I would change this so that you're just casting the spell Pyrotechnics, or, you know, you don't write out all the mechanics, but say, basically, you're using Pyrotechnics, it doesn't count, but when you cast it in this way, it doesn't count as magic, and it can target anything. It doesn't need to target fire or whatever, but... And then I also think that'll help you balance it, right? Because realistically, if we're getting access to something... This is not a second level spell that we're getting access to, by the way. This is much stronger than the spell Pyrotechnics because it's not magical, so it can't be countered. There's no components to it, and it doesn't need to target anything. Getting access to a second level spell at this level, at 13th level, we would have it 6 times a day. I just think that's too many times. I don't think any rogue subclass at 13th level should get any second level spell 7 times a day, 6 times a day. You could do an intelligence modifier times per day. I would probably go proficiency bonus just because we did intelligence modifier for the amount of dynamite sticks up here. And I don't like using the same resource over and over and over and over. Let's look at the 17th level features. We're getting 2. The other thing that I want to point out is this guy just gets more features than most rogue subclasses. This thing is getting 2 features at every level. No rogue gets that. Actually, 13th level, it is basically getting 2 features, but yeah. So I would probably pull some of these features back. A number of dynamite sticks you can craft are now equal to your intelligence modifier plus proficiency bonus. I don't think you need this one. Once per day, Once per long rest, when you fall unconscious, all dynamite you have left also drops and explodes. Creatures within a 20-foot radius of you have to make a saving throw or take all the damage when they failed or half as much on a success. This is kind of a funny feature. I'm going to be honest, this does not feel like a 17th level feature. I feel like this feature would make a lot more sense at 13th level. And I would probably make a 17th level feature that would be something like, most of the time, rogue 17th level features are an opportunity to do a lot of damage. And while that is what's happening here, it's not very action-oriented. Like, you're not choosing to do this. So what I might do is give you a 17th level feature where you can do, like, a big bomb that you can make or something like that. Yeah, Pyrotechnics is 2nd level. It's powerful. It blinds creatures. It can create areas. It can basically do 2 different spells. It's basically 2 different spells in one. Yeah, a lot of these features are kind of upgrades that could just be worked into the core thing. I think for your goal of trying to make a straightforward bomb-wielding rogue, you have accomplished that. But I think in its current iteration, it feels a little overpowered, and some of the features feel a little bit like they don't need to be there, or they're overkill. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Bombay Bergamot. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, pretty cool idea though. And you gotta tip the hat to a simple design. Oh, my light turned off. I was wondering why I was sort of in darkness more than I normally am. Thank you for sharing. Douche. You always thought of Pyrotechnics as like a joke flavor spell. It's very, very good if you know how to use it. If you can, the thing about Pyrotechnics that makes it weak is that you have to target a flame to activate it. So it always needs some element of combo. But if you don't need to do that, it's very, very powerful, like bottleneck control spell. You could probably play this at the table and it not be actually a problem, but it is a bit strong. Yeah, for sure. I know, I don't think anything is crazy in here, but it definitely feels... there's a lot of places of overkill. And more importantly than there's places of overkill, that is layered on top of, I think, some foundational issues that you're just spending a lot of time trying to patch later by not creating your own version of Dynamite. I'm doing good, Lord Squishy. How are you doing? I hope well. A bucket. Oh, I forgot this. Bucket. Boo! Hakase is up. Hakase told me they were excited for me to yell at them about a feature that took half a page. This is a control utility monk subclass themed around teleportation and dancing. The first ability has some massive potential for balance problems, which is why there are so many bullet points. All those are all restrictions designed to make an ability expressive yet balanced. Please read those before determining whether it's balanced or not. I will, Hakase, but I'm also going to tell you something right now, which I am a firm believer of. If you have an ability that requires 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different bullet points to limit its use, that is incredibly hard to keep track of, and it's going to there's probably an easier way to express it. Let me grab you. Hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to the show.
Hi.
So I don't know if you heard what I just said, but I do think that in general, when you find yourself with a piece of homebrew and it requires, if your idea requires this many caveats to make it work, to me, that usually means there's a better way to express that idea. That's usually like what that means to me. But let's dive into it. But that's not specific to this. That's anytime I see a feature that requires 6, actually it has like this parameter. Usually it's like, okay, the core is not looking in the right direction to accomplish its goal. This is called the Way of the Boogie Woogie. Okay, I'm ready. Wait, the music's too intense. Calm down. Let's chill out a little bit.
No, man, turn it up.
No.
This
no,
is the
no,
perfect subclass to do that for.
No. It wasn't that kind of intense. It was like action movie intense. The battlefield is your dance floor. And, I got to post it in the chat too. Give me 1 second. Here you go, chat. Here it is, Twitch. Here it is, YouTube. The battlefield is your dance floor, and way of the Boogie Woogie monks come to party. Grab some souls around you and encourage them to free their funky flow. Clap out the rhythm and get the beat moving. Don't mind the shy ones. You have ways of making them move. All right, this is going all flavor, no meat. This is a choice you can definitely make when you're writing flavor text. But to me, this is the choice of I'm hoping that this little painting that I pick, this little painting that I put together is enough to sell the idea, because we're not really getting any information about this. This is the equivalent of like a trailer that really doesn't give you any information, just gives you vibes. So totally a fine way to go about it, but it is a choice to make. In terms of it doing that, yeah, it feels like it does that. It's got very silly, bouncy vibes. Let's see what this thing actually does. All right, I'm curious about this massive 3rd level feature. With a single clap, this is called the Boogie Woogie. With a single clap, you activate your technique. Swap positions of anything you can see. Is that flavor or is that mechanics?
That's flavor. The actual mechanics are in the next paragraph.
Okay. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks. Don't say to instead, say with a. You can replace one of your attacks with clapping your hands. When you do, you can target 2 creatures or objects not being worn or carried you can see within 30 feet of you that are one size larger than you or smaller. Unwilling creatures can make a charisma saving throw against your key save to resist the effect. You don't put a period after the DC.
Whoops.
It's okay. If neither target resists the effect, the targets are teleported to each other's locations. I might change. There's a spell that does this. I might look to that spell for the language. I'm pretty sure that the language that D&D would use is that they swap. I think the word swap is usually. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that matters. But teleported to each other's locations, I feel like is the same thing as saying they like teleport to switch places. But I do think acknowledging that they're switching places is a good thing to do. Oh, YouTube's having a hernia. Give me a second. It'll stop in a second. Okay. Okay, so basically you replace one of your attacks to attempt to teleport 2 creatures or objects. Before we get into the caveats, assuming that it works in a way where the creatures can't be teleported to like hurt themselves and like crushed by like all that kind of stuff, which I'm assuming we're going to get into. My first thought is I feel like being able to have this replace a single attack is a lot, when normally an ability that would do something similar to this is an action and like a leveled spell. But I want to keep reading it, but that is what my first thought is. Let's see what these determiners are. Boogie Woogie, it's a good name. Boogie Woogie cannot swap a target into a space it would not fit. Makes sense. Boogie Woogie cannot swap an unwilling creature with a creature that willingly moved to a space that is not on a surface or liquid. Okay, all of this so far is good, and I think the problem is not these ideas. I think that we can actually squeeze these into this. Let's keep going though. Boogie Woogie cannot swap an unwilling creature with an object that is not on a surface. Yep, cool, makes sense. Boogie Woogie. I'm skipping these because I think we can all compound a lot of this together. I think that you're being overly cautious, but I think that that's okay. But that's the issue here. The issue here is not the feature. The issue here, at least what I see, is just figuring out the way, like, the way to put this is part of writing, I think, is coming up with the balance of a feature. And then I think another part of it, and the part of it that's much more of like almost aesthetic design, is figuring out how to compound those ideas into as concise a way as possible. And that, I think, is what the biggest deal with this issue, the biggest issue I see with this feature is. But I do want to finish it and we'll talk about it. If swap target would fall onto a creature after the swap, the creature made dexterity. Okay, now we're getting into something. If a swap target would fall onto a creature after the swap, that creature can make a dexterity saving throw. On a success, it can use its reaction to move up to its speed, so it's no longer underneath the falling target. Clarity. What is the situation of that? Is that can you tell me what that's made to deal with?
Yeah, so this is like if you're in a rocky environment and you try to drop a boulder on someone. I don't know, you throw a copper piece above their head and then
try to swap it for like a rock in the air.
Yeah, and have to crush them under a boulder. I feel like a 3rd level monk should not be able to instantly kill someone like that. So
no, I understand. I almost I hear you. Okay. Okay. I think we can solve all of this. That makes sense. I want to ask, do you want this to be something though that a monk can use in that sort of way, where they're doing it to things that are moving?
Yes, I think it should be able to be done on things that are moving.
Like, assuming it wasn't doing damage, do you like the idea of a monk being able to throw a coin in the air and having it switch place with a boulder?
If it doesn't do damage, then yes.
Okay. Let's keep reading. If both targets are creatures and one unwillingly, if both targets are creatures and one was you say everything in the present. If both targets are creatures and one is unwillingly restrained, the other swapped target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw against your key save, or the restrained condition is transferred to the target. You can use this feature as a reaction to a creature moving or being prone. Okay, so here's what I would say. I would say all of these top ones you can essentially get rid of by copying the language of any of the other forced teleportation spells that don't allow you to force a creature into a hazardous position, or they cannot be used to deal damage. So I don't remember the name of it, but I would look up the teleportation spells that force other creatures to teleport. Not plane shift, not teleportation. It's like there's a 2nd level spell that does it. I forget what it's called.
Vortex warp.
Vortex warp.
I did steal a bunch of language from Vortex warp.
So, but I think Vortex warp specifies that all of that stuff. So I would, because you do put a lot of limitations here. You say, they have to be one size larger. Unwilling creatures do this. If neither creature is resisted, I would say before you say the saving throw part, I would squeeze in, either before or after the saving throw part, I would squeeze in, if something like, if the teleportation would put the creature in danger or damage the creature, they automatically succeed. Something like that.
There was something I was thinking about that where, like, on one hand, I don't want someone to just jump off a cliff and then teleport themselves to, get someone else off a cliff.
Yeah.
But if they can take advantage of a creature whose strategy is to push them off a cliff and they don't start it, I think it would be like a really hype way to counter that kind of thing. And sure, it's really niche.
No. I agree, and I don't think this thing should not be able to do that. I think it just should not be able to do that at 3rd level. I think that should be a growth. Like, I would say if this is like the core feature and this is the main thing that you're excited about,
yep.
I would say what I would do with this feature as a start is I would take all of these damage dealing things and I would just say this thing doesn't do damage. If either creature teleported would be led to in a position of they are now damaged, doesn't do it. I would cut that out. The other thing that I would cut out is I would cut out the being able to use it as a reaction. And I would make both of those things that this thing got at higher levels. If you want it to be able to replace an attack. Because I think that if it's replacing an attack, that alone is very strong. That's very strong.
Okay. Yep.
The hazardous things isn't specified in Vortex Warp. Then I would look at spells like Mold Earth. Mold Earth has very good language around not dealing damage. And it does involve a lot of moving creatures in places and stuff like that. At 11th level, the range, this is nitpicky, but the way that this thing grows, I would not put this feature here. I would just write it as one of the 11th level features.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because this is already really long.
It's already really long, and usually the only things that do this, that write like this, 9 times out of 10, are paladin auras or things like cantrips or things that have to do with damage dice scaling. Very rarely do other things just are written like into the core feature like that. And it's already just so long. Okay, but let's talk about what it actually does. You replace one of your actions to force 2 things to teleport into each other's spaces. I think that is very cool. And is this limited in use or is it infinite in use?
In this form where it's supposed to not do any damage and not do anything else, I want it to be unlimited. But there are later features that allow you to do other things on top, and those all require a key.
I think that it's we can have a conversation about it or not, but I would argue any form of teleportation that's this flexible would be too powerful if it was unlimited, in my opinion. And I think that if that's something that you are really going to struggle with, I think you got to think about. I think you got to do 2 things. I think you could decide. You can decide. I don't care. It's what it needs to be, and that's great. Or you can sort of have that hard conversation where you look at the power level of this 3rd level feature compared to any other 3rd level feature, and all of them, if they are infinite in use, are substantially weaker than this. The only teleportation feature like this that comes anywhere close to this in power would be the Shadow Monk's 6th level feature, which is very limited it's much more limited in its use than this. So I think you got to be careful with that, but I'm not gonna, if you're gonna keep it, you can keep it. But I would say if this as an infinite use feature, if this was the only feature we got at 3rd level, that would be too strong.
It's not, but you know me.
Yeah. We get 2 other things at 3rd level. Hakase. That's too much, man. That's too much. All right, let's keep going. Jump to the beat. Dancing is always better with friends. Make sure they can get their groove on. Anytime you use Boogie Woogie, you can expend a number of key points into your proficiency bonus to allow a number of creatures of your choice equal to the number to make opportunity attacks if they swap places. Okay. And then we get Soul of the Party. There's simply no time to be bored. Get out of there. You gain proficiency in sleight of hand and performance if you don't already have it. And you get expertise. Dude, this is fucking overkill, man. I'm sorry. This feature feels too strong, and this feature feels too much. I feel like Soul of the Party would be reasonable if you didn't give us expertise. But we're getting double. Listen to what this monk's getting at 3rd level. It's getting 2 expertise. It's getting an ability to give lots of creatures opportunity attacks, and it's getting an infinite ability to teleport creatures and objects. That's a lot for 3rd level. I think that you got to do something about that. Like, if you had to get rid of one of those features, what would you get rid of? If you had to tone this back, how would you tone this back?
I'd probably remove expertise and maybe make jump to the beat later level.
Okay.
But I
don't think you need to do that. But I think you gotta. I would think about that because this is so fucking front loaded. And again, compared to any other monk, even really powerful monks like Way of Mercy, it's just this is so much better than any monk. It's so much better.
Okay. If the normal teleportation required, say, 1 key and jump to the beat required 2 key to make it more restrictive, do you think that would be more balanced?
I think it would be more balanced, but I don't think that would be fun because you're 3rd level. Like, I would much rather. I would much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. Like, I think that one thing that I feel like we've bumped into with a lot of your homebrew is you have a lot of ideas you try to squeeze in, and I think that is a continual thing where you're really overloading your subclasses, and. Is this based off of something from like a movie or a TV show or something?
Yes.
So you have to start. You don't have to do anything, but I would encourage you to start being brutally honest with yourself when you are taking something that is designed from a movie or a TV show and be like, I can't fit all of this. Because at the end of the day, I've given you the same feedback like 3 times now, where it's like, this thing has too much going on. Do you know what I mean? And I think that that at the end, like, I I can just keep repeating that piece of feedback to you forever, but at a certain point, I think you got to just listen or stop. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Let's see what we're getting at 7th level. We get all in your hands or typecast. Oh, and typecast, excuse me. Some poor souls just don't know how to cut loose. Show them how to get out of their hands. When you use Boogie Woogie, you can target a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, and expend 2 key points equal to each. Equal. I think it means just for each target. Get rid of that. Equal.
Whoops.
It's okay. Each target must make a Wisdom saving throw against your key save, or take 3d6 psychic damage. Have disadvantage on the next attack roll and the next attack roll. Yeah, like, I mean, at a certain point, how far into this sentence did you think maybe I'm doing too many things? It's not just doing damage. It's not just giving them disadvantage on their attack. It's also, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, there's just a lot. There's just a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
again, this isn't the only
this actually
7th level feature. This is the other. We're getting a whole other 7th level feature. You know?
Yeah.
When you use Boogie Woogie, do they have to be the same creatures that you're using Boogie Woogie on?
No.
That's fucking confusing. Just so you know.
So, like, part of the fantasy of this ability is that, like, your opponents, when they hear the clap, don't know if they're getting swapped, if people around them are getting swapped, if no one's getting swapped, because you don't have to activate the ability when you clap your hands. So part of it is just being confusing AF on purpose.
That what do you mean
yes.
you don't have to use the ability when you clap your hands? This specifically happens when you use Boogie Woogie.
Yes, but when Boogie Woogie says when you clap your hands, you can swap 2 opponents, but you don't have to. So you can clap and just for
fun?
Yeah, just to confuse the opponent, and the confuse the opponent mechanically is expressed as all in your head.
That is a very specific image that you have that I never would have thought of if you had not said it. So I think you should think about that. If that specific idea is important, that is not being conveyed in the text right now. Because when I say when you clap, you can clap your hands to do this, to me that just is how the feature works. If a goal of the feature is that I'm creating deception based on clapping my hands, I think you need to be a lot more clear about that. I also really disagree with having the triggering of a feature that is already targeting multiple creatures activate another feature that is targeting multiple creatures in a completely different way that is totally unrelated. I think that is a thing that is... It's just going to be kind of confusing. Like, the way that I'm thinking about it is, if you're imagining that this subclass feature is essentially the same thing as a special spell that this monk gets access to, what we are doing is we're just making that spell do more and more and more things, and it's sort of convoluting the spell, in my opinion. Like, to me, this 7th level feature would make a lot more sense if it was either affecting the creatures that you were affecting with Boogie Woogie, or it was not Boogie Woogie and was just a totally separate thing that you could do as an alternative thing you could do when you clap your hands.
Okay, so yeah, maybe if you clap your hands and you don't activate Boogie Woogie, then you can do
or just describe it like that. Literally use the same language that you use for Boogie Woogie when you say, as part of the attack action, you can clap your hands. Say the same thing here. As part of the attack action, you can clap your hands, but you're not doing Boogie Woogie, you're doing all in your head. You don't even need to mention Boogie Woogie. This is just make a totally separate feature. So the role play, what's happening, is still the same, where the bad guys, they're just seeing you do this. But you are activating this feature or that other feature, and they don't know which. So if there's still no mechanics to it, it's just a different way of visualizing it. But I think that it simplifies it, and I also think it makes it a little bit better, because it feels like, I think that, like, I know that right now Boogie Woogie is infinite, but it feels really weird to have to use Boogie Woogie and then choose not to use Boogie Woogie to use this feature. You know?
That's fair. Yeah. That is a bit of clutter that, yeah, could definitely be cleared up.
Yeah. Let's take a look at typecast. Okay, but what it actually does, I think that if you pull this away from Boogie Woogie and make it its own thing, I think that if you limit its use a little bit more, I think it's totally reasonable. If this is replacing an attack action or replacing one of your attacks, I think this should only target one creature. I think it's too powerful to not take up more space in the action economy than one of your many attacks as a monk.
You know that, yeah, that's
It's
a good
less.
point,
It's
'cause
less
otherwise
than a
the Nova
bonus.
damage is
Like
too much.
this right now takes less than a bonus action, in the same way that Boogie Woogie takes less than a bonus action, which is very powerful.
Would thinking back on it, if it didn't do any damage, and I think I just miswrote this. I meant for it to for suffer disadvantage and next attack is made with advantage. It should be or, not and. So like whichever one comes first. So like if it wasn't damage, it was just either if they take an attack or they make an attack, whichever comes first is made at disfavor, I guess.
Disadvantage is what you say. I almost feel like that's too weak then.
Really? For one attack?
One attack and 2 key points. For one attack and 2 key points to have a creature get disadvantage and another creature get advantage, I think that's a totally reasonable cost. I mean, it's a little expensive even. You're not doing damage, and you're creating a situation of advantage and disadvantage, which is not that crazy. One instance of disadvantage and 1 instance of advantage. I mean, it's good, but I don't think it's going to break the bank.
The idea was like this could be used with jump to the beat, so that you give a creature an opportunity attack and they get advantage, or use it defensively and so they get disadvantage.
But you're building too much of a one-player game when you're like your game loops are getting too complicated, I think. Like it sounds like you're building that, like it sounds like you have a very specific image in your head, which I think is a important place to start, but you can't just build to that one image. Like if that is such an important part of this feature, then I think that you need to figure out how to completely rebuild both of your 3rd level features so that jump to the beat can be a reasonable part of this subclass. Like you kind of have to pick and choose between power and design, and you can't have it all. Like there's got to be you gotta. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I would say like I see that logic, but that logic feels convoluted. In the same way that it felt convoluted to have to mention Boogie Woogie to not do Boogie Woogie to do this feature, because now it's like we're mentioning Boogie Woogie to not do Boogie to do this feature, but the point of doing this feature is to actually do this feature. You know?
Okay.
Like I don't think we need to build these. I don't think you need to build this complicated of a game loop in the internal workings of the subclass. I think I would spend more time thinking about how can I make sure a feature can be expressed in a way and a feature can do things in a way that it's accomplishing the goal of making my thing feel like what I want it to feel like, but it's also like fun and is going to maybe express more than what I think it's going to be, because the person that's using it isn't fantasizing the same shit I'm fantasizing. So they have whole other ideas. Like, and I think that the switch teleport does that really nicely. I think the teleport switch is like a perfect example of like a really open-ended idea that I'm sure creates very specific images in your head as the designer, and maybe it'll convey those specific images to the users, but a lot of them it's not going to, and that it won't matter. They'll come up with their own things, but you gotta rely on that a little bit more, I think.
Okay.
Let's look at typecast. Is there anything that says more about a person than their type? As an action, target a creature that you can see or hear within 60 feet, make a contested insight check against their performance or deception. You learn their things and why they're hostile. This feels like I don't understand why we're getting this feature, and I feel like either one of these would make a great 7th level feature, and I think not both. And I think that if you want typecast to be the 7th level feature, I think that you probably should convey somewhere earlier that part of what makes this subclass a thing is that it's reading other people. Because I really didn't get that vibe at all until this. It's out of left field, which I think is okay, but we want to foreshadow it a little bit.
I didn't I didn't go with this exact phrasing because I thought it would actually be too informal. But I guess the flavor of this is supposed to be a vibe check. You're vibe checking people.
No, I understand. I understand that. I get it from like that perspective. But we have all these features that are like teleporting and manipulating in a very magical feeling way. This feels like a battle master feature. This feels like I'm reading my opponent. It just feels it like what it's doing feels like it doesn't belong in this subclass. Like I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I think that it feels very. That's what I mean. Where it's like it feels out of left field. Like we get a feature where we can swap people's places, and we get a feature where we can like manipulate probability and rhythm around people. Why am I now learning their highest and lowest ability scores? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I guess it's just part of the characterization of the source inspiration, but yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like
close of a link.
If it makes a lot of sense for the source inspiration, you either have to make it make sense for this or drop it. If it doesn't naturally make sense, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier when I'm saying I think you're like too leaning on the source. You're trying to be too authentic to the source material, and you're not being realistic enough about the D&D facing side of it.
Yeah.
Let's look at Born to Boogie. Some things come naturally. Some things just come naturally. You're born to boogie. When you use Boogie Woogie, you can cause the targets to automatically fail their saving throws against your teleportation effect. I feel like I would probably... That just feels like... I don't know, man. Like, I sort of feel like Boogie Woogie should be able to be used charisma modifier times per day. Not you can automatically use it charisma modifier times per day. So I would probably drop this feature, but let's see what we're getting with climax jumping. Yeah, being able to like automatically, that's a lot. That's a lot. I think that kind of overpowers everything that we're getting beforehand a little too much.
I was on the fence about whether I should include this. Part of it is I actually made it charisma modifier, which makes Monk super mad.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If it's once, it's good. Like if this said you could do this once a day, that would still be very good.
That's fair. Maybe I should make that the capstone or something.
My question to you would be, if I didn't... Here's what I would say. If being completely unfamiliar with the source material, I don't think this needs to be a feature. This, to me, does not express anything, doesn't continue to sell the fiction that I'm getting from the subclass so far. Like, I feel like a certainty aspect of the teleportation feels a little unnecessary. It almost feels like it feels like power-wise it would be probably okay as a capstone, but from a narrative perspective, it feels a little unnecessary. Like, it's not selling any fiction. It's not making me feel anything new about the subclass. Let's look at climax jumping. You can't miss the beat drop. That's when things get crazy. As a reaction to a creature using an ability that targets a number of creatures or an area, you can spend 5 key points to use Boogie Woogie. If Boogie Woogie swaps the target of the ability, both its location and the status... can you just explain to me what this feature is? I don't want to read all these bullet points.
Yeah, that's fair. Basically, if let's say you use it on someone casting Cone of Cold, you can swap the caster with, say, a rock 30 feet away, and now they have cast Cold on wherever the rock was, effectively. Like, you've moved the casting location.
But what if I'm not going to read this because I don't think these bullet points do a clear job of making me understand, so I just rather talk to you. What if you cast Fireball? Does that mean that the person has to like remeasure where the fireball is in relationship to where they were before? That seems hard to do.
I'm not sure if I understand exactly what you say, but if, say...
So, Cone of Cold comes out of me, right?
Yes.
So it's easy for me to say, if I teleport over here, I can see where the Cone of Cold is because it just still comes out of me. Fireball doesn't really come out of me. I shoot it 80 feet, and then it explodes. So if you do this feature on me there, and you teleport me 30 feet to the side, do I have to remeasure where the fireball is based on where my new positioning is?
Yes.
I feel like that feels tedious. I feels like too much work for me. Is the goal separate from the idea of teleporting anyone anywhere? What do you want this thing to do? Like, what is it doing at the end of the day? Is the goal of it helping your allies not be hit by area of effect, or is it another goal that I'm not seeing?
It's both getting your allies out of an area effect or just an attack. But also, if there are multiple enemies, you could put enemies into the effect.
I would probably change it so that it is... I would probably change it so that it is just to get your allies out, for simplicity's sake, because I think that it will help a lot. I also think that this thing needs to be power balanced down in a bunch of ways, and that's an easy way to do it. And what I would probably say is something like, as a reaction to creatures that you can see within 60 feet of you having to roll saving throws against area of effect spells, you can spend some amount of key points to teleport them out of that area of effect. I would probably keep it as simple as that, because that's still very strong.
That's fair.
And I think it would be much easier to write. I don't think... I'm going to be honest, man. Like, this is not a fun this is a cool feature, and it's not fun to read. And if it's cool and it's not fun to read, that means you're doing something right, but you're doing something wrong too. So I think that you got to think about simplifying this feature and not writing it in this way, because it's a cool feature, but it's just too strong right now. And I think that you can solve two problems at the same time by making it a little less strong and then simplifying it the way it's written.
Yeah, that's okay. I feel like it should also apply to attacks. Like if your ally's about to get attacked, you can swap them or teleport them out of the attack.
I think you should do one or the other, not both. Because
Okay.
every other feature that does anything like this, of which there are many, do one or the other and not both.
Gotcha.
Let's look at applause. Arms are just decorations. The act of applause is an acclamation of the soul. You gain 2 special reactions each round that you can take at any time, but can only be taken to use Boogie Woogie and its associated features. I think you need a new capstone, because this is basically saying you can use the overpowered thing 2 more times. And it is overpowered by this point because of how many things it connects to. So overall, I think that this feels like you tried to make a character in a TV show into a subclass, and I think that is too many things. This feels like it's doing a lot of really cool things, but without the context of the show, they don't feel particularly connected. It feels like this is sort of a dancer, sort of a performer, sort of a forced teleporter, sort of like a combat reader, but those it's a little bit too many things, and they don't feel like they're tied together. So if I were you, I would pick a direction to go in and decide it's okay that this isn't exactly that character, or figure out what aspects of that character can be expressed through magic items or things of that nature, because right now it feels like it's sort of starting to sell the fiction of this forced teleportation monk, which I think is really cool, but everything else feels completely out of place and is kind of jumbling it.
Sorry, what is completely jumbling?
Like the typecast, the whole clapping element, the whole dancing performative element, like completely feels out of place from the forced teleportation. Like they feel completely disconnected. Like I feel like if I renamed this subclass to the black hole monk, it would feel more accurate as a title. And I reflavored it to be about like physics and reality warping. So you're not like the fiction of this thing doing like dancing and the performative thing, that sort of what we're getting pitched in the opening. I don't really feel like we're seeing. Like, I don't want to tell you what to do, but as soon as I saw the dancing thing, I was assuming this thing was going to like literally make people dance or move, but it's really not. It's just teleporting them. It's just a teleportation monk.
Yes, but the idea was getting people to move, or teleporting people is getting them to move, just maybe not in the way they want.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't think that fiction is selling itself well with the mechanics. I hear you that that's the idea that you want it to be, but I don't think it's accomplishing that connection right now. Like, me reading it, I'm not seeing that connect. If I was reading this online and I wasn't talking to you, I would be very confused as to why this thing had anything to do with dancing. I would be like, oh, why did they decide to make this, like, black hole gravity monk like the dancing feels, it does like it does say I'm not, I hear that it is what it makes a lot of sense to you and what you're trying to do with it, but the fiction isn't there right now.
I see.
If I were you, I think what I would probably do is start with Boogie Woogie, try to simplify it, try to tone its power down a little bit if you are going to have it infinite in use. Maybe this should require a bonus action instead of half of your part of your attack or whatever. There's a bunch of different things you can make it do. And then, after that, with just that feature, ask yourself, what single ribbon feature could I give this thing to help finish selling the fiction at 3rd level? And then, kind of build up from that. And look at those 2 features that you give it at 3rd level, whether it's Boogie Woogie and some sort of performance feature, or Boogie Woogie and something else. And then use those to start building up the subclass and spend more time building it in relationship to the idea that it's becoming, and don't worry so much about the source material. And maybe keep all of these later ideas as like your skeleton, like your outline, but build it based off of what it's turning into, not based off of the inspiration. That's what I think that will do you some good. Do you have any questions, thoughts?
Yeah, I guess the main, I guess, issue maybe is that the idea is it's teleportation, and just the main mechanics should be, and I guess how they express is what writing is up to, but is teleportation and confusing the enemy. And part of that is the activation of the ability. Clapping is ambiguous. Who's getting teleported, whether anyone's getting teleported at all, and that's...
So if that's important...
Writing confusion is really hard.
Well, I was going to say, if that's important, you either need to build that into a mechanic and build the mechanics around that, or you need to decide that's not that important. Because that idea that you've expressed to me is cool. It's nowhere in the subclass.
Okay.
So if you want the subclass about to be sowing confusion, there's a lot of ways to do that. I mean, there's a shit ton of spells you can take ideas from, whether they're enchantment spells, illusion spells, enemies abound, phantasmal force, confusion, fear, charm. There's a lot of different effects in game that are used to represent confusion, and mechanics that are lots of features that have used that are tied to them that you can take insight from and inspiration from. You can use those, and any of those, or you could try to create your own. But if you don't do that, it's not going to feel like it's a part of the subclass.
Okay, I guess the other thing is like maybe I'll look at some of the confusion spells. I guess the other thing is
Crown of Madness is another one.
Crown of Madness and Confusion.
Crown of Madness, Confusion. I listed a bunch of others. I don't remember what I said, but there's a bunch of spells that mess with people's minds. Enemies Abound is another good one. Enemies
Abound? I've never heard of that one.
Makes you think. It makes you stop being able to tell the difference between friend and foe.
Oh, that makes sense. I guess the last thing is, and like this isn't really about writing so much as the art. I'm not sure if this works for like presentation, because there are really clear delineations between where one image ends and the next one begins. Like, I don't know. To me, the borders are really jarring, and I don't know if they require a transition like from one to the next.
Do you mean the borders between the 3 images, like the straight lines?
Yeah. because those are just screenshots. But like, if I put them together and it's like there is a lot of difference there. It's kind of jarring to me. I don't know if it works for other people.
I'll tell you what. I mean, my experience with it was that I didn't really understand what it was. So it didn't convey anything to me other than I think this is based on something from an anime. Because I see these panels, if I focus now, I'm like, oh, there is like a teleportation thing happening, but I only noticed it literally just now. So I would say I would maybe not worry too much about the borders being an issue, but either find a piece of art from like the manga that this is based off of, where there's like energy lines between people swapping places or something, so it's like a still image that's kind of showing it in motion, or find some art that might not be directly from the anime, but that is showing people being forced teleport swapped. And I'm sure they can find some, but they'll have like energy lines and stuff like that. Because I can see it a little bit more here, but even here, I have to look twice before I think about it. Like, it doesn't immediately portray the image of the subclass. It kind of more portrays that this is probably from an anime. That's the main thing I take away from it, which I'm assuming is this anime and these characters.
Okay. Yeah, I think the idea of making this not so much about dance and more about mischief or trickery might be a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think that there's not a right or a wrong way to go. I think that really the main thing just comes down to not trying to fit everything in, just picking the stuff that tells a story that works in D&D in relationship to the other things in D&D.
Yeah. Oh, I guess one more thing is like, there's supposed to be, like, flavor-wise, this is supposed to be a really playful kind of trickster kind of thing, which is why I thought, and since I was already having, the name from the ability is called Boogie Woogie, and they were clapping anyways, so I thought I'd make it dancing themed. But do you think, like, this playfulness is incompatible with the way the ability feels?
If you boil Boogie Woogie down to its component parts of, like, you are making things switch places, I think it fits that for sure. I don't think it fits how the way Boogie Woogie grows into basically hurting people.
Yeah, I'd take out the damage, but like moving people around.
Yeah, I think moving people around could make a lot of sense. That being said, man, and you keep saying this, and I think this is an important thing. You keep talking about how it's creating an element of unknown, things happening when people least expect it. If that idea is important, we need to feel that idea. And I think that is the thing to solve also, because you keep coming back to that idea. And how do you convey the idea of something happening when somebody least expects it? You know, I don't really know. Usually it's like a reaction move, or it's taking away their ability to use reactions, or it's giving them a surprised condition or stuff like that. But I would think about that, because you keep mentioning it, which to me means it's important to you. And if that's important to you, I feel like that's more important than dance in this, you know?
Yeah, that was supposed to be conveyed through all in your head. The like where it imposes disadvantage on their next attack because they weren't expecting it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that it maybe it would if this piece didn't have so many things going on right now, but right now it feels all in your head. It sort of just feels like it feels like it doesn't read exactly like that to me right now because of how it sits in the rest. It might if it was in isolation, but to me it sort of feels like a very specific thing that is not like a broader, it doesn't feel like it's capturing like a broader idea. It feels like I don't know. It feels like a combo move in a video game or something like that. Maybe that's not the right way to put it. It feels very specific. It doesn't feel like it's selling a fiction so much. But again, I think that has more to do with the context, where it sort of feels like all of these features sort of feel like they are there. They're not totally built in relationship to each other. They're built in relationship to trying to sell a fiction of a specific character. And I think that if you trim this thing, they will start to feel maybe like they fit more into each other as their own separate thing.
Okay.
So maybe it would. Maybe this would feel like this. Like if you drop typecast, figure out how to cut a bunch of the other stuff and tone everything back. The only thing we got at 7th level was all in your head, and it was its own feature. It wasn't tied to Boogie Woogie, and we had set the stage for this to be a subclass that is about trickery and shenanigans. I think it could fit very well for that. But
Okay.
but those steps have to be taken for I think it to feel like it fits into the puzzle in that way.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm keeping the name though. I'm tempted to like call it
Dude,
just
keep it
Path
all
of
if you
the
want.
Trickery,
You don't have
but
to
I'm keeping
listen.
it.
If you are like, because I don't know this anime. If I might just be wrong. I don't know. So keep anything you want. Don't.
Okay.
But those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. What show is this from?
This is from Jujutsu Kaisen. It's actually all of these abilities are supposed to be an innate part of the base ability of teleporting people is confusing as a baseline, and I tried to spread it out as much as possible and also reduce the speed, although maybe not necessarily that successfully at like how frequently they can do this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went in thinking I'm gonna have to try to like think level 3 should be at the beginning of their journey, and the way it's presented in the anime is level 20 effectively.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's yeah, I'll probably need to do that more.
Yeah. But even there's some powers that, regardless of what you're trying to do, are very hard to show or to make in D&D because they're just too strong. Like even at their basis level. So they need to be limited. And I think teleportation is a perfect example of that. Like the opening fight scene from X-Men 2, you could never do in D&D. You could never be Nightcrawler because it's not realistic to be able to teleport that many times. In order to teleport that many times, you need to basically be like an 11th level Horizon Walker, and you can only make those teleports if there's 10 feet between each target of an attack you're doing. Like, and that's like, Nightcrawler is not that powerful of an X-Men. But like even or any of them, you know what I mean? Like any character from a thing, you gotta kind of be like, or any speedster, right? Like there's no speedsters in D&D. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't work. So my thought, I'm like, what it sounds like you're trying to make this thing do is also akin to things like whatchamahoosit, like any of the rapid teleport spells. Like there's a rapid teleport spell that I forget what it's called, but it's like a 4th or a 5th level spell that allows you to do a bonus action teleport every turn. But like that's a 4th or a 5th level spell. That's a 4th or a 5th level spell, and it requires concentration, and it's a bonus action every turn to teleport. Or there's this spell that lets you teleport between targets and deal a bunch of damage to them, but that's just on one turn. And it's between targets, and it's a good spell, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like there's you gotta, unfortunately, because of how much D&D already just exists and has rules and established things, you don't need to do what they're doing at all, but you need to like use them to a certain extent as an anchor for the way you're balancing the game designs, the game mechanics you're trying to implement. And some stuff like this requires more sacrifices than others.
Yeah, that's fair.
Cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate you sharing. The Way of the Boogie Woogie Monk, a teleporty. Your 3rd level feature is fine. It's not too long. It's just too powerful, and you just need to say all of these things in one sentence where you just talk about how it can't damage people, and then you're golden.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, buddy. Thanks for the call. Bye.
Bye.
Click. That was Sakase. Let's give them a round of applause. Oh my god, that was a long one. We got into it. I don't mind getting into it. I like getting into it. We got some new people, though, too. Lovely. I made a decision a while ago, and I feel like I have forgotten that decision, but I need to remember it, where the goal should never be get through as many as possible. The goal should be just give a bunch of good reviews. You know? A bucket, 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 boo! Moot is up next. It is after review though. What do you mean it's after review? I don't know what you're talking about. I must have missed something. Hey Cinder, I'm thinking of giving a subclass the ability to make use of giant weapons, and I want them to use dex for that, but I'm worried about rogue multiclassing potential. I would worry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's reasonable. That's a reasonable worry. I am noticed. Let's see what Moot has. I don't know if I have an answer, Shades of Mothman, other than if I were you, I would ask, why are we using dexterity for giant weapons? And maybe make it very limited in how they could be used, or which ones could be used. You could also make the weapon. Yeah, that's what would be my question. You don't answer in the chat, but that's what I'd think about. It doesn't feel like, I know it doesn't feel like I'm rushing them. My concern wasn't that it was feel like I was rushing them. My concern would be a bunch of people being like, he only got through 2 or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, I get through what I get through. It's the way we do it. I can't join the call today, but this item is for a chain of magic shops in my homebrew world. Good magic items are super regulated, so they hide useful effects in essentially magic toys. Oh, interesting. 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 I'm homebrewing a giant Nothic owl in an abandoned library. Any weird feats or lair actions you suggest? I mean, the whole thing about Nothics is that when they watch you, they learn your secrets. So maybe it would have the ability to, like, manifest things that they were afraid of. Things like that. Maybe. Let's see what Moot has for us. Ironic, was it the one in the members channel? Oh, yeah. If you're trying to figure out where to submit your homebrew, the link is in the members submission channel of the Discord. And it's also linked in the announcement for stream today. So if you just go to the announcements tab, you can click that link right there. I don't see your name on the list, so you didn't submit to the right form. Or you wrote some name that wasn't your regular name. Sticky Mage Hand. That's a funny name. There it is on YouTube. There it is on Twitch. Sticky Mage Hand. Ironic Gaming. I just said twice where it was. It is in the member section of the Discord. The member section of the Discord. It's also linked in the announcement for today in the Discord. At this point, you should just ask for help in the Discord, my friend. Sticky Mage Hand. A wondrous item that is common. A small hand-shaped object attached to a short string. The hand is always sticky with magic adhesive that never wears off. Holy shit, do you guys know what this is? I'll show you. You remember those little jelly hands? I don't know what I'd call them. Sticky jelly hands, I guess? These things. It's these things. That's awesome. When you speak the command word, the hand begins to float or move under your control. The hand functions like Mage Hand cantrip with the following modifications. The hand cannot get more than 10 feet away from you due to the string attached to it. The hand is corporeal, but its elastic nature allows it to fit through spaces as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing. At any time, as an object interaction, you can... Just say as an object interaction. Don't say at any time. You can give the string a slight tug to instantly recall the hand along with whatever it's holding back to you. I missed the art. There's the art. That's pretty great. Ironic, you just haven't connected your account, dude. Literally all of these instructions are explained in many places. I believe in your ability to do it. Again, you can just ask someone for help in the Discord if you really can't figure it out. But you're going to figure it out. Nothing is automatic in this world, friend. This is pretty fun. It's basically a limited mage hand, right? Well, I don't know if it needs a weight limit because it functions like the Mage Hand cantrip, which does have a weight limit. The Mage Hand cantrip has a weight limit of, I believe, 10 pounds. So I don't actually know if it needs a weight limit. I guess my question... Who made this? Moot? My only question would be... Do you want this to feel like a weaker version of Mage Hand? Or do you want this to feel different than Mage Hand? Because right now, I feel conflicted about it. Because on one hand, I love it. Because I do love the jelly hands thing. I think that's so funny and awesome. But on the other hand, I feel like I wish it did something different more than what Mage Hand does. Also, Eve Reaper, I'm so sorry I forgot to mention earlier. Thank you for the sub. But you know what I mean? Oh, I think it being unlimited is fine. That's not an issue. I'm curious if you think that makes it count for not common. No, it's still a common item. I think this is, for balance-wise, I think it's totally fine. I would push you to try... You don't have to do this. But if I could push you, I would push you to try to make it less like a weaker version of Mage Hand and more like a magical version of these things. And I don't know what that means exactly. To me, the one thing that I would add to it would be the ability... some sort of mechanic for when you slam it into the ceiling and it sticks to the ceiling. And some sort of mechanic for thwapping people with it. Because those are the two things that I did with these that is not being referenced in this magic item. And I don't think they need to do anything that serious. Because if we do want to keep it a common magic item, I think those things could be silly things, right? There are common magic items that have a bonus action to make them billow. So you could be a little silly with it. I don't think it needs to be good, but that's what I would say. But that, again, is me being very selfish because I just wanted to do what I wanted to do because I want to be able to stick it to the ceiling and I want to be able to hit my brother with it. But that's the thing. They're not that sticky. They peel off. Doesn't matter how hard you throw that at the ceiling. It's coming down eventually. But I like it. I think it's good. I think it's funny. I like how weirdly minimalistic the art is. It's kind of amazing. Like, this looks like what would be on the box for this item if this item was sold by Apple. You know? So I'm here for it. Now I need to make silly bands item. I don't know what a silly bands item is, but I'm here for it. Maybe you could do... That's not a bad idea. You could do a spell attack that it does 1 damage. That's not a... Yeah. Anyway, I like it, though. It's fun. It's silly. I would throw it into my game. If I put this in my game, I would allow you to hit people in the face with it, and I would allow you to make it stick to the ceiling. Those are the only things I would change. All right, let's give Mood a little round of applause. All right, thank you, thank you. You can cause 1 emotional damage. Yeah, like I like the idea of doing 1 like annoying damage. I think that's a funny idea. What happens if 2 of them are shot and hit each other? That's how you win the game. That's how you beat D&D. That's true. He did make it. We knew he would. I believed in him. If I didn't believe in him, I would have just ignored his shouts. Items based on toys from the 90s is a good stream idea. That's a really good stream idea. Items based on classic toys. That would be fun. How many people would just send in pictures of cartridges of their Pokemon and their Digimon? Did you guys know that Digimon had a spin-off show? I had no idea. I think it like a games too. You've already lost the game? That's okay. You'll figure it out one day. Toys you get from Chuck E. Cheese are the base magic items? Yeah. Yeah, it's true, Raging Duck. Digimon has a pretty crazy spin-off. What about Sky Gear toys or Nerf? Yeah, all of that stuff could be good. Although Nerf just is guns. I feel like Nerf is easier. Because you're like, little Nerf gun, little gun. Big Nerf gun, big gun. You know? I think the trickier ones are like the rando goofy toys. I showed you guys the homebrew that I made. I made the finger puppet monster homebrew. Did I show this to you guys before? I bet it'll, let's see. Finger puppet monster D&D. Let's just see if it shows up. Literally first thing on D&D. Boom. This is the thing I made a long time ago. Finger puppet monster. You remember these guys? All right. Let's give her a spin again. Light Bright. You don't think you ever had those? Oh, I'm sorry. You missed out, man. You missed out. Redmer, did you see you almost spit out my tea earlier when you popped in while I was drinking? Bucket a 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 bucket. Thank you for yeah, it's all right, Art. Boo, Sponge. All right, Sponge. Sponge, if you're here and you want to come on stream, let me know. A rogue that feels like the guy who lives on the edge of town and deals with all the spooky stuff that tries to mess with it. Okay, so you're like the you're like the Supernatural brothers. Pez dispenser? Any more plans for making animated videos like the baking one? Yeah, probably. It's a matter of money and time. I had the easiest job in that. I wrote the script and did the voice stuff, and I didn't have that much work. The other 2 guys had a lot of work. All the animations and all the art. I have an idea for something I want to start doing. I ordered a new computer. I bought the Bullet. I'm buying a new computer because my computer can barely run OBS at the same time as anything else. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I haven't really been gaming on stream because my computer just can't handle it. So I can't do too much animation stuff on my computer right now either because it just doesn't have any power. Like, even if I'm trying to edit videos, they're like... Tick, 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 tick. But I'm getting a new computer. When I do, I'm going to start trying to do some animation in Unreal Engine. And we'll hopefully start doing more animated content. I like doing content that feels more like a production. So hopefully we'll do some of that. All right, let's take a look at this piece. Here it is on Twitch if you guys want to give her a gander. Here it is on the tube. Folk hero. A folk hero has a good relationship with the people of their home, but their connection to unsavory magic can make them a pariah. They are the unsung hero. Self-sufficient by nature, these rogues are able to work together with their allies to reach new heights. Okay, two things. One, this is a little bit of a redundant sentence. You kind of get that with them being a pariah. Two, this last sentence could literally be describing any rogue ever made. Self-sufficient, but able to work with their allies. This doesn't really tell us anything about the subclass. So I think I would just get rid of this whole sentence and write a new one that is more specific to these guys. Plucky power. At 3rd level, you have dealt with threats too large for your humble home to stand up against, and know exactly where to strike a great beast to defeat it. You don't need to meet the normal requirements to use your sneak attack feature on creatures larger than you. I was talking to somebody about this in stream earlier today. Somebody called Shades of the Mountain, or Shades of the Mothman, excuse me, was talking about giving a creature a wider crit range on creatures larger than them. I don't know how I feel about this prerequisite. I just don't know. I feel weird about it. Well, that's the thing. What if you decide to play a gnome and then you just have sneak attack on everything? It definitely does need to say, yeah, I would say if this would not work if you have disadvantage. I agree. And I also think that there maybe needs to be more parameter here. Yeah, but that was also a 100-word subclass that I was building in like 20 minutes. Don't compare my nonsense jank builds to things you guys have time to work on. Yeah, but Swashbuckler feature, that's the thing, is it's not limited to a... It's not like a creature type. It's anything. It's not impacted by your size. What's up, Enderman? I don't think it's as easy as the Swashbuckler. I think that it is... Maybe it's as frequent as the Swashbuckler, but the Swashbuckler can work on any creature and requires you to make choices to make it happen. This is completely set in stone, and no choice you make has any impact on it. Do you know what I mean? So, I kind of disagree with it. I understand the idea, but I don't think this is the way to express it. I don't know if I'm feeling it. Or just be a gnome or a halfling. You don't need to do anything. Just be a halfling. Let's look at eyes among the crowd. You choose either persuasion or perception. When you make a check with those skills, you can treat any 6 or lower as a 7, and you have advantage on checks to determine the quality of goods, to find material in the wild, and to barter. Why are we getting so many things at 3rd level? Why do you guys keep doing this? You guys keep overloading your 3rd level features, guys. You got to tone this shit back. I don't think we should be getting 3 features, one of which is 2 features, and one of which is 3 features. You know what I mean? Eh. I would probably not... I would probably cut this last part out. It feels like it doesn't make any sense in this subclass. I would probably give you something like this, but have it to do... Maybe something... I don't know, man. Like, what is this selling? Why are we getting... Why do we have a minimum on perception or persuasion? They're such different directions. Yeah, the flavor seems weird. Like, I don't get it. Why are we suddenly now really chatty or really good at seeing things and really good at determining the quality of goods? Like, are we trying to be a survivalist? Like, all of this, a lot of this kind of just feels like what the scout rogue gets. Like, I feel like you're just trying to make an alternative scout rogue. The scout rogue gets expertise in nature and survival. So I'm not sure. Let's look at Touch of the Trickster. You've been marked by a being of great cunning. The mark holds a spell of either deceit, protection, or escape. Depending on your choice, you gain an effect from below. You can change your choice when you finish a long rest. You can cast Mirror Image once per short rest, and you have advantage on deception checks. Sponge, what the fuck, man? I love you. But you didn't just give this thing, you gave this thing 1 feature, 2 features, 3 features, 4 features, 5 features, 6 features, 7 features, 8 features, 9 features. That's too many features. That's too many options. We're getting too many powers at 3rd level here. So it honestly doesn't matter what they are. Being able to cast a 2nd level spell ish once a day, once a short rest is fine. But now we have the interception fighting style, and then we also can squeeze through spaces smaller than normal. I think you got to pick a lane a little bit more, guy. Yeah, this is also getting 2nd level spells faster than Arcane Tricksters. I don't know how much that matters, but we're getting way too much here, and you're not... The fiction that we're selling is really inconsistent. Like, I feel like you're trying to mix... Either trying to mix too many ideas in at once, or maybe you just don't have a really solid sense of what this thing is supposed to feel like, or you didn't when you started to build it, because it seems like we're a folk hero, but we're a giant slayer, but we're cursed with powerful magic too, and it's like... It's just too many things going in too many directions. Maybe it should be some kind of questionable salesman. Maybe, but that's not the fiction this is trying to sell. If you have options, the options must be weak to remain balanced. Yes, if you can change them. If you can't change them, they don't need to be weak. They still need to be balanced. But if it's like the Totem Barbarian, where you just pick it once and then you have it, they can have a lot more power to them. It's the ability to switch them that makes them powerful. So I think if you're going to be doing features like this, where you're picking one of these 3 things every day, and they each give you 2 things, we shouldn't be getting 2 other whole subclass features. And I think you maybe need to ask yourself, what's the most important fiction that you're trying to sell here, and lean into that. Because right now, this feels like a lot of different things all sort of mushed together. At 9th level, we get community bonds. The bonds you have formed with your team embolden and empower you. As a bonus action, choose a creature within 30 feet of you. As long as you and the chosen creature are within 30 feet of each other, you can both add your wisdom modifier or charisma modifier to damage rolls, and have advantage on saving throws to avoid or end the charmed and frightened condition. Okay. It lasts a minute, and we can do a proficiency bonus times per day. I think that the advantage on saving throws to avoid or end charm and frighten makes sense. I feel like this wisdom or charisma modifier to damage rolls makes no sense. I would drop that. Yeah, I think it's mechanically kind of stumbly. And I think that if you can't figure out a way to just make it a thing, I wouldn't make it a thing. I also feel like it feels like it doesn't make sense. Hexblade Warlocks would be happy with this? Yes. Man, I don't know. I do feel like this is another situation of you're trying to sell like a kind of a whole image of a character in a subclass, and I think you got to be more focused. Let's see what we get at Warding Magic at 13th level. When you take a short or long rest, you can perform a ritual of spiritual warding. You and creatures of your choice that rested with you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to a roll of half your sneak attack die rounded down. I think you could probably round up. It's temporary hit points. Who cares? It's kind of a lackluster third level feature. I mean, I guess it's good. It's sort of like Song of Rest. It's basically Song of Rest. And then at 17th level we get Lucky Hit. Isn't there already a feature called Lucky Hit? Maybe I'm imagining that. When you roll damage for your sneak attack, you can roll the damage twice and take the higher of the result. Okay, so I feel like overall you have a lot of pieces here that feel like they sort of fit together into something, but in a very vague sense. But you have a couple things that really feel out of place. In its current iteration, I think the Touch of the Trickster and Lucky Hit and Warding... Like, is this a Jack type character where they are fighting giants and tricking people? Or is this a support folk hero buffing the allies type hero where they're giving their people temporary hit points and they're forming magical bonds? Because I feel like it's trying to be both and it's not working in trying to be both. Because not only is it trying to be two things at the same time, it's really front loaded. You can get a Twitch membership with your Amazon Prime. I would pull back, I think, on the Touch of the Trickster stuff and focus Eyes of the Crowd to make it feel like it's more of a of the people feature. And maybe tweak this so it feels like it's more of the people feature and move in that direction. But I think you can go in any direction. But I do think this feels like it's trying to do too many things at the same time. And it's not building together into a whole core. Chat, what do you think? Thoughts? I think it just needs more focus. I'd get rid of Eyes Among the Crowd and make it one of the Touch of the Trickster options. Yep, that would make sense. I agree. That's a great way to start handling it for sure. Yeah. Shalakar, that's a good idea. It's too strong at level 3. Who doesn't want to be a halfling folk hero rogue and kill all humans? Yeah, I think it's a neat idea. I think that it's a little unfocused right now, and it feels like it's a bunch of different branches, but I'm not feeling the trunk of the tree. All right, Sponge, thank you very much. Let's give Sponge a round of applause. Switch around Warding Magic and Touch of the Trickster. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I don't like Warding Magic as a feature just because I think it feels like Song of Rest, and Song of Rest is boring. But this definitely feels like more of a 9th or a 13th. I would say this feels like a 9th or a 13th level feature for sure. It's a good eye. Good eye. Every coconut man would come with an oversized backpack of holding, able to dimension door at will with staff of force to sucker punch anything bigger that it knows the fair price while bargaining. That's a long sentence you just said. Sponge Man, you're here. I didn't know if you were here or not. All right, I'll wait. You need to rig the wheel. Yeah, I think it's got some cool ideas in it, Sponge Man. I think it's just trying to too holistically be Jack. I'll rig it. I can't rig it. The wheel will rig it. I'll try. I'll try my best to support you in the wheel rigging. Do you feel supported? All right, let's give her. Should we give her another spin? Probably. Oh man. Oh boy. Beyonder is coming. Thank you for the Prime subscription. I appreciate that very much. Boo! Spag. It's short for spaghetti. Here's the spaghetti man. This is a mime-themed bard. The goal is to create the effect of making mime performances real through spellcasting. Please note that the spell list is an expanded spell list like Warlock, and its purpose is not to be included in spells that feel mimey, but to grant access to effects that can be made invisible with the 6th level feature, as the Bard spell list doesn't include many spells that bring things into existence. Spag, I am worried about that explanation being required, and it makes me think, I wonder if there's an easier way to solve that problem, but I don't know, we'll see. Let's take a look at this thing. How do you feel about puzzle monsters? Ones where combating them is less about dealing damage and more about just figuring out their abilities and their weaknesses. I really like them if I have if I know the players kind of get that that's the vibe of the fight. I have had situations as a player and as a dungeon master where there's been a fight, where there's like a trick involved to win the fight, and I've been a player that didn't get that trick, and I've been a dungeon master where the players didn't get that trick, and it got very frustrating and tedious. So I think the players kind of need to know going in that they are hunting for, like, it's like a pattern hunting fight as much as anything else, and then it can go really well. I like the art too. Good art. This is the Bard College of the Mime. Bards of the College of the Mime produce performances using pantomime, a typical silent routine, which they insert themselves into the roles of fictional figures, both tragic. Holy shit! Could you describe what a mime does in a more cold and clinical way than this? This is a really long sentence. I would shorten that. There are few art forms as misunderstood or strangely reviled as mime, but bards of this college use this misunderstanding offensively, allowing them to confuse and disorient their enemies, conjuring forth invisible barriers and objects. Bards of this college traditionally paint their faces in clown-like fashion to adhere to monochromatic color schemes. There's a lot about, like, literally what bards are. Too much, I would say. Or not bards, what mimes are. I would say there's too much in here. At the very least, you need to break this up so it looks like different paragraphs and make this not all one sentence. Otherwise, it gets a little tedious. And we want to be excited about bards, not like, all right. So this is the expanded spell list of spells we can learn. Now, I want to point out something here. I don't think this class should have an expanded spell list. There is a very specific reason why I don't think it should. Can anybody guess why? Chat, here's your opportunity to guess why I think that the Bard specifically should not have an expanded spell list. Yep, because exactly. Fluffcopter, Diabolic, exactly. Bards innately in their core class get magical secrets where they get access to other spells from other spell lists. In fact, one whole bard already has a subclass feature that is you get 2 more spells from other classes. I think this is unnecessary. I think that the bard that wants to take these will take these based on magical secrets. So I would just completely remove this feature. What do these spells have to do with mimes? I have no idea. I believe that they said that they're about the things the spells do. But I agree. I think that this is unnecessary. Completely unnecessary. I would just remove the whole thing. Pantomime spellcasting. You've learned to incorporate your spells into your silent act. Whenever you cast a bard spell, you can remove any verbal or material components that aren't costly or consumed. When you do, you must perform a somatic component for the spell, even if it doesn't usually have one, typically in the form of pantomime routine. That's kind of fun. You can replace the verbal components of spells with somatic ones. Is that too strong or is that reasonable? I guess the question that I would ask here as the dungeon master is, does this pantomime help you hide the casting of the spell or not? Is it just as obvious that you are casting a spell, or are you now subtly casting that spell? If it's just as obvious as you're casting the spell, and people can still counterspell it, people can still see that the magic is coming from you, they can still see that you're doing something that is weird and a little bit magical, I think it's fine. If this is essentially permanent subtle spell, then it's much too strong. So maybe there needs to be some clarity here as to that. Because I think what Arcade Avery is saying is a really good point, where it kind of feels like it depends on the situation. And what I worry about when I'm looking at a subclass or anything is this feature gonna lend itself to situations that are fun? And is this feature gonna lend itself to situations where the dungeon master and the player have to negotiate how the feature is working? So I think I would clarify that it does not make the spell subtle. I wouldn't say it exactly like that, but I would say, you know, maybe something like this routine is obvious and anyone that can see this routine can obviously tell that it is spellcasting or something like that. Let's see what else we're getting at 3rd level. You gain the ability to develop an invisible shield-like force field to ward off incoming attacks. When you or a creature within 10 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to roll a Bardic Inspiration die and create a shield, expending a use of your Bardic Inspiration feature. The shield has a number of hit points equal to 2 times the number rolled and takes the damage of the target. It takes the damage instead of the target. The shield lasts until the end of the current turn, or until it runs out of hit points, at which point it is destroyed, and any damage not absorbed by the shield carries over to the target. I think this is okay. It's just really, really similar to a feature that already exists in the game. That's the only thing that I'm feeling like is very noticeable here, is that the Abjuration Wizard gets basically this same feature. And it's not the end of the world for 2 subclasses, for 2 different classes to have similar things that they do. But I think it's just worth noting and thinking about that the Abjuration Wizard also basically makes a temporary invisible shield of hit points, and that it can also give to other creatures. So it doesn't feel new, and it makes me think about the Abjuration Wizard more than it makes me think about being a mime. Let's see what we get at 6th level. I think there are more classic mime things to do here, like invisible hammers or walls. I think that that's maybe what they were getting at with the spell list, but I agree. I think that should probably be squeezed into the mechanics more. What's up, Spide? How's it going? Another bard also does that? Shalakor, excuse me. What's the other bard? I believe you, I just don't remember. Wall of Force is great for a mime, but they can learn that spell anyway through magical secrets. So we don't need the spell list. Unseen obstacles. You gain the ability to fold your spells into your pantomime routine. When you cast a spell of evocation or conjuration school, you can choose to make its effects invisible to creatures without true sight. If the spell does a saving throw, they can't see the effects. They have a -2 to the saving throw. Any creature or object summoned by the spell is invisible for the spell's duration. I think that all of this is too strong. I don't think you need to give us this to get access to this. I just think this is just too strong. The ability to make the effects of your spells or the things that you summon invisible is crazy powerful. Crazy powerful. That is such a buff on any of the objects that you summon. That's such a buff on any of your spells. Not just because of the effects that we're getting here, but because of the fact that it's invisible. That has a huge impact on creatures' interactions with you on the game. I think it's just much too strong. I like the idea of it. I feel like I hear what you're trying. I get the vibe you're trying to do here. In that, like, it's like your magic is sort of fake in the same way that what you're doing is kind of fake, but it's real. But I think that I would not make the way... I wouldn't tie your summoning of invisible things to your spells. I would just make that a special new thing that you could do. I would just give you a feature that allowed you to summon invisible, usable objects and things. I think this could maybe work as a capstone if it was a 14th level feature that you could do once a day. But I don't think that would be particularly fun. It's just a stronger creation bard. What did I say that was just a stronger creation bard? I might have messed something up. I apologize if I did. But regardless, I think this just feels like really too strong at 6th level. I think being able to proficiency bonus times per day just automatically gives someone a -2 penalty to a saving throw is pretty strong. Like, to give you an example of why I think that is pretty strong, like, the not the Twilight Druid, the Stars Druid, which is one of the stronger druids, their whole 6th level feature is essentially just that. Just that one part. And that doesn't account for the other implied effects of the ability being invisible, which I think are pretty strong. The third G wizard from UA could do the same thing. Yeah, and it didn't get past the UA. Did not get past the UA. Let's look at Force Silence. You gain the ability to force others to join your silent performance. As an action, one creature you can see within 60 feet of you has to make a charisma saving throw. On a failure, they lose the capacity to make any sound for 1 minute, preventing speech and performing verbal components of spells. The creature is also buffeted by unseen forces, giving them disadvantage on all attacks and ability checks. The creature can repeat the save at the end of each of their turns. Once a creature succeeds on their save, they're immune to it for 24 hours. And you can just use this infinitely. I think all these things need to be toned down. I'll tell you what. I think Forced Silence would be a really good 6th level feature if it was like a once a day feature. But I don't think it works as an infinite use 14th level feature. Forced silence is a slightly worse but repeatable, irresistible dance. Not exactly. I mean, irresistible dance completely removes your stuff. You think this could be a twice-a-day feature? I feel like I feel like this is reasonable to give it 6th level if it's pretty limited in use. But I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm not feeling that much mime here after 3rd level. Am I being crazy? I feel like we get a little bit of mime. Like, I'm gonna be very honest here. I feel like the performing of verbal components as somatic components, that's the only thing that feels like a mime to me. Invisible shield just feels like abjuration wizard. Unseen obstacles does not seem like you are pretending something's there and then it's there. It just seems like you are making spells invisible, which to me doesn't feel like a mime thing, you know? And then forced silence feels like you're like cursing someone, which also doesn't really feel like a mime thing. So I think if I were you, yeah, I agree with Fluffcopter. I would pull back from the focus on spellcasting. And I would maybe lean more into you being able to interact with the world as if there are objects there that there are not, you know? Like, what if you could pantomime there being a wind and then creatures around you actually have to make a saving throw against a wind? Or what if you pantomime climbing a ladder and then you can have a climb speed while you're pretending to climb the ladder, you know? Or you could pantomime pulling out a parachute and then you could parachute, or I don't know, there's all sorts of stuff you could pantomime having and then using. And then I would lean more into that if I were you, because I think that at the end of the day, this is kind of missing the mark. Once per short rest? This doesn't feel like a 14th level feature. I mean, maybe, but I just don't think it makes sense. I guess it feels like you're cursing a creature more than it feels like a mime thing. Enderman suggests making it like the Totem Barbarian, where at different levels you pick different sort of invisible objects or invisible things that you could interact with. Something like that could work too. On a successful performance check, you gain a climb speed, fly speed, hover speed, or swim speed equal to your walking speed. That could be a great way of doing it also. Where you could, like, if you do good enough on your performance, you gain some feature. That's kind of fun. I think there's some interesting ideas here. I just pretty strongly disagree with tying it to spellcasting, making spells invisible, and having a feature that's so similar to the Abjuration Wizard. I mean, it works. It works. Don't get me wrong, it works. But I feel like it's doing too much work. It needs to do too much work right now. The last mime we looked at had you summon invisible objects or mute a person by expending a use of your Bardic Inspiration. This one expends the use of your Bardic Inspiration to make an invisible shield. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's a neat idea, but I do think it needs a little bit of cleaning up and a little bit of focusing. And I think that I would go in a different direction than the way that the spells is currently working. Maybe do a performance roll against the creature's passive perception to do mime stuff. That's true. You could do something like that. It could be like contested skill checks to use features. That could work. That's very good with a bard where you could have expertise and stuff too. I don't have more thoughts than that. I think there's some fun stuff going on here and some jank stuff going on here. And I hope you keep working on it. Performance versus insight. If you win, the creature thinks you have an object. Yeah, I mean, it would function similarly to the, is it the Inquisitive Rogue? The one that can do a wisdom versus deception check to get sneak attack. So sort of similar to that. I think it's a very fun idea. I like it. And I think that you got some really fun things in here. Honestly, As much as I think unseen objects right now feels like it doesn't work, I do feel like there's probably a way you could make something like that work if you just limited it and didn't worry about the expanded spell list stuff. But there's a lot of direction to go in. It's a fun idea. All right, let's say thank you to Spag. Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you. I mean, if you want to give them some specific spells, you could just give them some spells and make that part of the subclass features. You just have to account for that from a balanced perspective. But it's totally reasonable to be like, at 3rd level, you learn this spell, this spell, and this spell. When you cast them, you can expend a bardic inspiration to change them in this way. Whatever. That's totally reasonable to do. Totally reasonable. Mundane and Piano. Sounds like a band name. Mundane and Piano? Or like a... doesn't sound like a band name. That sounds like an acting duo, you know? They do like skits. They do like sketch comedy tours. Welcome to Mundane and Piano. The first musical, sketch improv, comedy, dance-off. Do you remember that? Oh, shit. Do you remember that thing we went to the other night? That was fun. We hopped in on a musical TTRPG game. That was crazy. Who would have thought such things exist? Buggity 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 biggity boogity biggity 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 boogity buggity bee. Stellari, you sound like a video game. When's the next time non-subs can do something? Any other day of the week that I stream is a day that anybody can send something in. So it'll probably be some combination of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. Stellari! Hello there, CinderBlocksally. Today I present my take on the Sorcerer, a rather devilish origin that focuses on charms and magical binding to control people and devils alike. All right, let's take a look. Is Stellaris a game? I have no idea. It sounds like a video game, doesn't it? I don't know anything about anything, so it might be a video game that I've just never heard of. Because I'm a simple eldritch being. Corrupt influence sorcerer. Usually you have the word bloodline in the title of a sorcerer, but it doesn't really matter. Akase, that is a more accurate way of describing my name. Manipulation, lies, and deceit. These are the calling cards of this sorcerer origin. Okay. Perhaps born out of a devil's touch lineage or the bearer of a boon most dark, these casters are well known for their tendency to claim positions of great influence and power. Many a close advisor to the throne or tyrannic. Okay. All right, I'm going to stop you right here. You tell us almost nothing about the subclass before you start telling us about, like, what they do in society. So, you talk about, like... I feel like if I were you, I would keep this sentence, and then before saying, maybe you come from this, this, and this, and then you do all this stuff with society, tell us a little bit more about it before you say maybe where it comes from and then how it implements itself, you know? Like, I feel like this is the way I would start the closing paragraph about this subclass, not the second sentence in the paragraph of the flavor text. So give us a little bit more vibe. Or if you're like, I give a lot of vibe down here, then take it out from down here and put it up here. Let's see what we get at first level. We get Corrupt Magic, Hellspawn, Fiendish Hex. Corrupt Magic. Okay, so we get some extra spells. Can we switch them out for other spells? We can, and they have to be enchantment spells. We get Charm Person, Command, Continual Flame, Enthrall, Bestow Curse, Magic Circle, Banishment, Charm Monster, Infernal Calling, and Planar Binding. It's a pretty interesting spell list. It feels like you are designed to be like a monster summoner. You're trying to be like a, yeah, I feel like it's a pretty good spell list. Continual Flame feels a little silly, but I accept. It feels similar to the spell list to like the Fiendish Warlock, which I don't know if that's intentional or not. He's an ally to all Cinderblocks. I'm an ally to many things. At first level, we get 2 features. One's long. Hellspawn. At first level, your Hellborn powers grant you ease in communicating with devils. You learn Infernal, and you advantage on charisma checks against fiends. The advantage on charisma checks against fiends is pretty important if you're going to be casting, like, summon devil, summon demon spells later. Because a lot of them fail or succeed in terms of how much control you have based on charisma stuff. So this is nice in 2 ways. It's nice from a roleplay, but it is going to give us power later with some of our spell casting. And then we get a big boy feature. Also at first level, at first level, you gain the ability to bind others to your command at the threat of the ever-burning fire of the 9 hells. As a bonus action, you can attempt to hex a creature you can see within 60 feet. The target must make a charisma saving throw against your sorcerer spell save DC or become hexed for 1 minute. On subsequent turns, you can issue a command to the hexed creature as a bonus action, which it can attempt to fulfill on its turn, which it can or it must. If it deliberately chooses to ignore your command, it takes 2d8 fire damage for every round in which it does. Okay, let's keep reading this before we give feedback. I'm worried that this feels really powerful for a first level feature. This is essentially the same as like a 5th through 8th level spell right now. The curse, it's similar to one. The curse ends early if the target dies. You die, you're incapacitated, or you dispel it as a bonus action. Your command will fail if the hexed creature doesn't understand your language, or your command is directly harmful to it. What does that mean? If the target is incapacitated, incapable of what you command it to do, it does not take damage for not following your command. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, it feels a little bit too powerful for first level, right? Like, if I were you, I feel like this could make a lot of sense as a 6th level feature that you could use at the cost of sorcery points. That's what I see this as. To me, this would make a lot of sense for a, like, 2 or 3 sorcery point feature. And I would move it up to 6th level. The flavor's cool. I don't even think the power is that bad, so long as you're able to, you know, navigate the conversation of you can't command it to do anything harmful to itself. It is a better charm person command. I agree. And I think it makes so much sense to give something like this that, but not at first level. Move it up to 6, make it cost sorcery points. I might even make it require concentration. Maybe. If you make it require concentration, it can cost less sorcery points. But I think at the bare minimum, it's got to cost 2. Let's look at Devil Deal. At 6th level, your manipulative talents improve in line with your devilish origin. You gain proficiency in deception, intimidation, and persuasion. All 3? Okay, this 6th level feature is we just get 3 expertises. That's a lame 6th level feature. I think you drop it. If you want to give us something like this earlier at first level, great. But I don't think it's a good idea to give us all 3. And I certainly don't think it's a good idea to give us expertise in all 3. How do you pronounce that word? Gaius. I never know how to pronounce it. What is the best way to mess with people with this? I don't know. There's probably a million ways. The strongest sorcerer gets remove, advantage, or disadvantage, or telepathy. I'd move the 1st to 6th. That seems fine. Yeah, I agree. I think you could swap these, but I still think you need to tone this down a little bit. I don't think you should be getting 3 expertise. That's a very stupid power dip. Like, that means I could take 1 level of this to get 3 expertises. I don't know. I feel like that's too strong. Maybe it does. Let's check. But yeah, the first level feature is basically a version of this spell. It does not have pronunciation. That's not going to be... Is that going to be correct?
Scottish and Irish word. We are looking at how to pronounce this Scottish and Irish word derived from Gaelic language. How do you go about pronouncing it? Gish.
Gish. All right, thank you. Switch 6 and first, make expertise in 1 and give proficiency in 2. I think that could be reasonable. I might even just... I might drop it even less. I might give expertise in 1 and proficiency in 1. Gish. All right, now I know. Spellbinder, 14th level. Your proficiency with binding and manipulating creatures improves. You can expend 3 sorcery points to ignore material components, costly or otherwise, on any spells granted to you by your corrupt magic spell list. How do we feel about that? It's probably okay. Is there any big issues with that? With getting, like, things like Magic Circle, Infernal Calling, Planar Binding? I think it's probably fine. It's a little, like... Yeah, I don't know how many of these use rare, costly components. I feel like not that many. I feel like these two probably do. I feel like Magic Circle might. I feel like Bestow Curse might. But the rest certainly don't. So, the only thing that I would say about Spellbinder that I don't think is that good is that the only thing we're getting with this 14th level feature is a way to interact uniquely with our corrupt spells, and it's not even that many of them. It's a fairly limited amount of them. So I probably would not give us a 14th level feature that ties to our corrupt spells, and not all of them. I would probably try to make it something that could connect with all of them. It is fine, but it is also not super flavorful. And it's also not, it's very limited. Like, the problem that I'm seeing with this feature is almost similar to what I saw in some of the other pieces that I looked at tonight, where people had very specific visions of what they wanted their, like, not specific visions of, like, the focal point of, like, the goal of the piece, but specific visions of the way the piece is supposed to be played. Like, I feel like this feels like designed with a single character in mind. And it feels a little limited. This feature specifically. Not necessarily the whole subclass, but this feature feels like that. Like, it needs to be a little bit more open and more usable than this. And then we get Devil's Visage at 18th level. Starting at 18th level, you can take on the traits of those that your origin derives from. As an action, you can spend 6 sorcery points to undergo a devilish transformation, growing horns and skin and all sorts of stuff. You gain resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, as well as cold damage. You gain fly speed equal to your walking speed. You gain dark vision. You gain magical dark vision. When you use your hex feature, the target has disadvantage on the saving throw. I'm a little bit annoyed with this feature. Not gonna lie. You've built us up to be similar to a devil, but you're not giving us the features that every devil gets. You're giving us, like, some features that, like, I'll tell you what I would do here. I would give us magic resistance, and then you got to give us the right condition, the right damage resistances. Like, D&D Beyond, come to me. Let me show you what I'm talking about. All devils have the exact same damage resistances, every single one. And a lot of the same features. Let's grab a devil. Are you a devil or a demon? You're a demon. Alright, you're a devil, right? Now let's find a smaller devil. Barbed devil, perfect. Okay, barbed devil. All devils are immune to fire and poison and resistant to cold. And then they get the non-magical stuff that isn't silvered. Just give the character all of these. Why not give them all of these? Hell, why not give them all of these plus... Oops. I would literally just give them this whole thing. Just give them all this. Give them dark vision, telepathy, all those damage resistances. Drop the fly speed. We have no need for it. We are a sorcerer. We can cast the spell flying if we need to. And I probably would not make it last 10 minutes. I'd probably make it last less time than that. If I was going to make it last 10 minutes, I'd make it cost more than 6 sorcery points, probably. It also feels a little out of left field. I feel like this has been a weirdly... Not weirdly, all these powers have been very focused on afflicting conditions and controlling and manipulating. So it feels a little bit weird for the main thing the Capstone does has nothing to do with those ideas. Do you know what I mean? Like they feel like it feels... I get it from like the perspective of like you're becoming like a devil, but I guess it just feels a little bit weird to have something so physical and so physically changing you after the way that our power has been growing has been so outwardly focused, you know? That's what I think. You think 1 minute is fair? Power behind the throne all the way until the very end when you reveal yourself to be a monster. Irk languish, what a wonderful way to describe a character in a book, and what a non-fulfilling way to design a character that you're playing. That idea, that sentiment works really, really well if you're reading a book. I don't think it works really, really well from the character progression from a D&D design perspective. That is my opinion, though. You are more than welcome to disagree. But, like, the way that I think about it like this. If you have a D&D character, let's say you have a D&D character that you know is secretly working for the bad guy, and they're going to have a big moment at the end when they reveal themselves as the bad guy. Like, that's might be really fun and really cool. But it can also be kind of shitty. And also, if you play, I don't know, up to level 14 and then the campaign ends and you never revealed yourself to be a bad guy, you kind of just were just a good guy. So I also sort of feel like a lot of capstones we're never going to get to. And I think that if the goal of this piece is to you become the monster that you've been controlling, we should see more of that earlier. I like it because it isn't giving too many buffs in combat for more than one person. Well, it's not giving any buffs until 18th level, but that's sort of my point. Capstone transformations aren't rare for sorcerers. No, I agree. I don't think they're rare for sorcerers either. I just didn't expect it to be so not focused on what I felt like the vibe that we were getting presented as earlier. Because the thing is, there's a billion ways you can make a devil sorcerer. There are so many fiendish bloodline sorcerers. This one has a very specific vibe to it from the get-go. And as much as it's a little overpowered in some directions, the vibe is strong. And it's the vibe that, like, your power is your words. Your power is your ability to, like, manipulate with the things you say. And I just feel like this capstone feels like it belongs on a different fiendish sorcerer. To me, Devil's Vision should be peppered throughout the subclass if it's here at all. I agree with that. Honestly, dude, it's the same thing based on, like, what you said earlier, where power behind the throne, at the very end, you reveal yourself to be a monster. That reveal is only satisfying if it doesn't feel completely out of left field. So I agree. Foreshadowing later features in some way or another would be good. Change Spellbinder to make it so that you start to be infused with demons you control. I would even try to squeeze it in by 6th level, but I think Spellbinder in general needs to be a little different. Overall, I think it's a neat idea. I think the Fiendish Hex is really interesting. I think you just got to put it up at 6th level and make it expensive or more expensive. Raging Duck. Paladins do not get their subclass idea introduced at level 20. They get their avatar form at level 20. But everything they get before that is building up to it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't get a big transformation at level 20. It's very popular. It's almost a cliche at this point. But that transformation should feel tied into the core a little bit more. And this one is just very focused on the defensive in a way that I just didn't expect. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Stellari, for sharing. An interesting idea with some very fun mechanics. I hope you keep working on it. Fiendish Hex is strong. The rest lacks cohesion. Yeah, yeah. I think it can be clean. I think that cohesion can be found, though. I think that cohesion can definitely be found. I feel like there's definitely some cohesion in terms of your power is the way you talk. I would just lean into that more. But my power is the way I talk is definitely in there, in my opinion. Transmutation is more demony than devilly. I don't think either is. Transmutation is turning a thing into another thing. Both of those are conjuration. In D&D, conjuration is summoning things and teleporting. But demons and devils are also very different in D&D. They are. They're dancing different dances. Dancing very different dances. Bucket a 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 boo. What's up, Beyonder? What do you got for us today? Another bard inspired by the Quixote Haderach. Quixote Haderach from Dune. Crossed with Nicolas Cage's character from Next. So this is like a I can see the future bard. Yep. It's a College of Prophecy. I can see the future. I'm always curious to see how people represent the idea of I can see the future. Transmutation should help you deceive, if anything. It sounds more devilish. I think you maybe it does. Maybe transmutation sounds like devilish to you, but what you need to think about is that all of the schools of magic in D&D are very contextual within their own flavor. So whatever transmutation feels like it should be, in D&D, it is a very specific thing. All of the schools of magic in D&D are very specific things. Evocation magic is very specific. Necromancy is very specific. Enchantment is very specific. They're all very specific. So there is precedent for them to be one thing and not the other. Transmutation in D&D is turning something into something else. Conjuration is summoning things, whether that's through teleportation or making them appear. Abjuration is protection. Evocation is explosions of power and healing. Necromancy is the transition between life and death. I mean, more devilish than demonish. Why? I don't know. I don't see why. I guess they could if you feel like they do, but I don't know. In D&D, the quickest way to describe it is in D&D, demons are like crazy madness monsters of eyes and teeth and grabbing you and tearing everything up, and they just want to eat the universe and burn it all and melt it all. That's demons. And they are from a infinite abyss that is constantly spewing more demons. Devils are bureaucratic office workers with horns, who are very good at paperwork and have been tasked with fighting the demons. And they are largely resentful of that. And they like to try to use their powers to get power from people. But devils are like, thinking of devils are like evil corporations. Demons are like Mad Max explosion nature monsters, sort of. Angels and devils are kind of on the same side. I don't think devils kind of hate angels because they're like, I'm doing your job better than you, and I'm gonna take all the things you love while I'm doing it. All right, let's check out this College of Prophecy. Yeah, but the thing is, it's not even bureaucrats versus anarchists, because demons don't have a political agenda. Like, the demon lords might have things they want to do, but it's less like, it's more like a bunch of bureaucrats that are tasked with stopping a virus that literally is infinite. That's more what it looks. That's more what it's like. College of Prophecy. The College of Prophecy bards know that time is malleable and will bend to those that know where to apply pressure. They peer through the temporal mists into the near future to have events work in their favor, but prophecy is a fickle beast. Looking at the future can change it, making the foreknowledge useless. Bards of this college know not to push the limits too far and to keep prognostication vague. They also have learned that the loom of fate that weaves the tapestry of possibilities is often out of mortal and even divine control. The wisest amongst them once said, one often meets his future on the path he takes to avoid it. I want to say that I think that this is a little long in the tooth. I think that you do a little you get a little over wordy, and you sort of over explain. And I also feel like it does feel weird to be like College of Prophecies. Like, the vast majority of what this flavor text is saying is that you can't actually change. You can't actually tell the future. It's like College of Prophecies kind of can tell the future, and then double that to say you can't actually tell the future. I feel like, I don't know if you need to spend that much time on that versus that, you know? Thoughts on Igwivel? Nah, I don't have any. I love them. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. Demons are getting bald like Cinder. So the funny thing is, Armand is someone that I have muted at least twice on the channel. And they kind of, the last time I muted them, I don't remember what it was for, but their response was very much asshole-ish. So glad to see that they're still kind of a little shit. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see what features we get. Premonition of Woe. Your ability to perceive the near future gives you and your allies warning of incoming danger. Whenever you roll initiative, you can expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration to choose one creature within 60 feet of you. Roll the Bardic Inspiration die. Both you and the creature add this roll to your initiative. To put an S, initiative rolls. It's plural if it's both of you doing it. Additionally, for 1 minute, the targeted creature can add this die to a saving throw. At 11th level, you can target an additional creature with this feature. I think this works really well if you cut out this whole ending. I think the Bardic Inspiration to add to the initiative is fine. I think it doesn't need to do a minute for a saving throw. That's just regular Bardic Inspiration. I don't think it needs to grow at level 11. Get rid of all this. The thing is, this feature will grow naturally on its own because your Bardic Inspiration die is going to get better. Do you know what I mean? So it already is growing. We don't need it to double grow. I think you're doing overkill at the end here. I don't even know if it should be... Chat, I'm curious what you think. I feel like maybe... I don't even know if I agree with both you and the target getting the bonus to initiative. I feel like maybe just one creature should get bonus to initiative, you know? I feel like that might be better. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's how I feel. I might cut this down to just you can give one creature a bonus to their initiative equal to your bardic die roll. I know that it's better if it's multiple people, but I just don't know if it's too much. Because we're also getting other things at 3rd level. All right, let's see what the other things we get are. Yeah, there aren't really bardic... I don't know. There might be bardic features that do that. A whole bardic die just to give that to one target is too expensive? I don't know if I agree. Getting a big... Initiative bonuses are one of the more important bonuses you can get in D&D. I think you could maybe make it 2 creatures if it's you and the other creature, but I do feel like all this extra stuff feels like way extra. Let's look at Guided by the Sight. You know the Guidance cantrip, which doesn't count against the number of cantrips you know. You can cast this spell as a reaction when a creature fails an ability check. You can cast this cantrip as a reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. That's fun. I think that's pretty cool. It's not... It's not that different from what bards already do. Here's I guess, here's what I would say here. I would change this so that I would make it very clear that you could use this after they rolled. Yeah, use it basically when they fail an ability check. Exactly. I think that might make it feel more like a feature. Because right now it kind of just feels like how many times have you been in a situation where somebody says, I make an athletics check, and then in response to that, another player says, I cast guidance. Like, that's basically this as a feature, and it's just what happens at most tables. Like, it happens, that's certainly how it happens at my table. You know? Oh, it does say fails an ability check. I missed that. I'm sorry. I thought it said makes an ability check. My mistake. Saucer Bomb, you've been here for 8 months. I'm glad you're alive. Bardic Inspiration die to speed people up so they can go first in combat, and ability to reaction bonus failed ability checks. Those are pretty cool features. The guidance kind of only triggers during combat, usually escaping grapples and such then. Yeah. What's up, Blueberry? Welcome. Let's look at the 6th level features. Oracular Connection. You gain access to special divining magic that you might not otherwise have access to. You can cast each of these spells as a ritual without material components with this ability. Once you do, you can't cast that particular spell this way again until you finish a long rest. You get Augury, Divination, Commune, and True Seeing. You can only cast these spells as rituals unless they are one of your known spells. I struggle with this in the same way that I struggled with the other bard that gave us extra spells. I just don't know if we need that. How strong is you can use your Bardic Inspiration die for the Guidance cantrip? I think if it expends the die, it's fine. Or if it maybe not expends the die, but it's limited in use, then I think it would be fine. Man, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this. I totally get what you're doing here, but I don't love this is very personal, but I really don't love features that are just you get 3 or 4 spells. And we've seen a couple features like that today. I just feel like that's, especially on a bard, I don't know. And then we cannot be surprised, provided we're not incapacitated. I don't know, man. I get it, right? It's hard to show prophecy and stuff in D&D. In fact, if you look at the way these spells work, they're designed in kind of convoluted ways to avoid, like, dungeon masters having to give information that they literally don't have access to. But this, to me, is not particularly exciting. That's kind of what it comes down to. Not being able to be surprised is fine, but getting access to these 4 spells slowly over the progression of the game is not particularly exciting to me. They are already ritual spells, yes. But to me, it's just like, eh. I'd rather something that felt like it did something than just more spells. Let's see what we get at effect and cause. Your ability to see the near future allows you to bend it to your benefit. When a creature uses its reaction that you triggered, okay, you can use your reaction to counter it. The creature makes a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. Upon a failure, the creature uses its reaction, but it takes no effect. No effect takes place. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. I kind of feel similarly. It's not super exciting to me. It's essentially counterspell, but it's counterspell reaction. And it's only reactions that you triggered. So you can't counterspell somebody else's opportunity attack unless it's against you. It's not exciting to not do things. It can be exciting to shut things down, this could be exciting in that way, but I feel like it's weirdly limited right now. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't feel that different from being a normal bard, I guess. In my mind, I connect bards with counterspell a lot, and I acknowledge that's not always a thing, and there's plenty of bards that don't do counterspell, but using a reaction to take away someone else's reaction, I think is interesting. Is it a capstone feature? I don't know. I kind of agree with these spells being doled out this way as a fix for the fact that bards only have 3 subclass features, but that's not a good excuse. I mean, I get it as a way to give these spells, but I just feel like that's not a subclass feature. That just feels kind of dull to me. And honestly, it's the most important feature in the subclass. So I guess I struggle with that a little bit, right? That's where I'm at. I mean, OP is one thing, but I also think that it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't think it's it doesn't feel like a feature. And it's the most important feature. Like, it feels like the subclass is these spells. You're a bard with these spells. And I could just, there's other ways to do that. So I would probably get rid of this and try to figure out another way to express that idea. And maybe in figuring out that other way to express that idea, that would bleed into some of your other features a little bit. Because if you feel like this is the best way to sell the fiction of a divination prophecy bard, then by all means do it. But for me, it doesn't feel like a feature. That is very much my opinion. Yeah, a lot of the things that you want to do with your bard, you probably could just do with the core class. Maybe not you specifically, but anybody. All right. Those are my thoughts on the College of Prophecy. It is hard to make a bard that does future seeing foresight nonsense because it's impossible to do in D&D. I just didn't want to make them a diviner wizard. Beyonder, that makes so much sense. But let me ask you a better question. There's a much better way to look at that problem that I think is going to help you. Instead of saying, how do I make sure that this isn't a divination wizard? You have to say, why is this a bard subclass? What fiction am I selling that this can only be done with a bard? And then that's what you make it. Because it doesn't... Yes, you want it to not feel like a wizard subclass. That is important. But what's more important is that it really feels like a unique bard subclass. So instead of worrying about what it isn't, focus on just what it is and try to make it feel like it's a, not only is it a unique divination subclass, but make it like it should make sense. Like, oh, of course it has to be a bard. This wouldn't work on another class. Like that's the ideal headspace you get into when you start like working through the mechanics of your subclass and the core design. And you can lean into the class. Like, you know, bards get expertise, bards get magical secrets, bards get Song of Rest, bards get counter charm, bards get inspiration, bards get all of these things. Some of them are good, some of them are med. Bards get jack of all trades. There's a lot of stuff that bards get. And you can use that to inform your subclass. And that will help make it feel distinctly bard and make it feel distinct from any other subclass features or subclass that are similar, because it can't be that similar to the divination wizard if you build it for the bard. I don't think of a prophecy bard as a martial class, but a fortune teller prophet. I don't think this is a martial class. I think it's a noble idea, and I think there's some fun things to going on here. I think the reaction guidance is lovely. And I think that if you want to keep working on it, you definitely should. I would play around with the 6th level the most, probably. And then I would also play around with Premonition of Woe and 14th level a little bit, depending on what you feel about your feelings about it. All right. Thank you, Beyonder, for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And this is where you step on the toes of the Spirit Bard. The Spirit Bard kind of is the Fortune Teller Bard. Yeah, it's true. But that doesn't mean you can't make this work. You just got to make it work. One of the most important questions to ask yourself when you're writing your homebrew is, why am I doing this? And if you're just doing it for fun or just for your home game, there's a lot less you have to worry about. But if you're doing it for the public, if you're doing it where you want somebody like me to review it, if you're doing it where you're making a book, there's more stuff you have to think about. So I'm going to say something, but I just want you to keep in mind that what I'm saying is kind of different in terms of how extreme it is based on your goal. But the most important thing when you're making something for D&D is, what's the point? Why are you wasting your time making it, and why is someone wasting their time reading it? And in an ideal situation, the idea is enough of a thing where it's no longer wasting your time, because it's like, oh, I know exactly why this exists. This is what it's supposed to be. It's the main reason why I changed my question in the forum from, is there anything you want to say about this piece, to what are your goals with this piece? Because if I know what your goals are, it can help you focus towards those goals. But I do think that every single piece of fiction needs to be able to answer the question, why does this exist? What is the point of this thing existing? And the answer can be a lot of different things. But sometimes, and I don't think that's the case of this piece, by the way, at all. I'm just ranting now. But a lot of the time, you'll see a piece of homebrew that just could be a battle master. You know, you'll see a piece of homebrew that just could be a multi-class ranger rogue. And it's like, this doesn't need to exist. Like, you might have had fun making it, but there's no reason for us to go through the process. Like, you can just be happy that you made it. And that's a little harsh. I acknowledge that that's a little harsh. But I do think it is a healthy amount of harshness to have when trying to encourage you guys to be free-thinking artist people that are not in a world where everyone loves your art, but you're in a realistic world where you have to fucking fight tooth and nail for people to give a shit about the things you give a shit about. Why does this exist is maybe a mean-sounding question, but I would actually say it might be one of the kindest questions you can ask. Because you're not saying it with the hope of, I don't know. You're saying it with the hope of, there's a reason, and then we can work towards that reason. And I usually ask it in like a I don't know way if I don't know. But ideally, the piece says it itself, you know? And if it doesn't say it, that's a big issue. If your piece doesn't make clear why it should be a piece, it can be hard for that piece to feel like cohesive. It can be hard for it to feel like it is all like finished or working towards the same direction or whatever. If you have the cojones to put your work here to be critiqued, good for you. Yeah, I don't think I'm that harsh. I think I've chilled the fuck out a little bit. I also think that I am not that harsh. I'm just very blunt. But I talk to you guys mostly the same way that I'd talk to people if I was running a creative writing workshop. Sometimes I'm a little bit more yelly with you guys, but that's because I have a lot more authority when I'm running a creative writing workshop. So I don't have to get yelly. I can just establish rules and you have to follow them. Asking why isn't to question its right to exist, but the intent behind it. God damn, Dr. Slob Goblin. How do you have such a goofy name and can say ideas so well? That's perfectly put. Asking why isn't to question its right to exist, but the intent behind it. Yeah, I'm gonna maybe try to keep that idea in my head. I like that idea. It's a good sentence. You do rightly complain when the writing doesn't make sense or isn't coherent. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Is that if I get something that... I also try to match energy. So, like, if I get a piece that is kind of gobbledygook, I might gobbledygook at it a little bit. But I don't want to be mean because I don't think people intend to put in gobbledygook. I just think some people... I think some people put in very low effort, but then I also think some people try really hard, but they're just at a different, you know, part of the path. They're newer, so it comes off low effort, but it's not actually low effort. They just don't know it yet. So I try not... you gotta be careful with those. A bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a bucket, a beget, a bucket, a boogit, a beget, a bucket, a boogit, a beget, a beget, a bucket, a beget, a boogit, a beget, a bucket, a boogit, a bee, boo, bow. It's BFG Doom is up next. The person who has a computer that's broken. Giant enemy spider. Let's take a look. This stat block is too big for a giant spider. Why is it such a big stat block? Oh, it's because of the spells. It's because of the way you wrote this. You formatted the spells in a really weird way, and I don't know why you did that. I would change it so it doesn't take up so much space. It's way too much space that it takes up. All right, let's see. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. Spells are listed in the stat block. Yeah, they're not bulleted. Yeah. But I was like, why is this so long? It's like, oh, it's probably not that long. It probably just looks like that long. All right, let's see. Man, this is a big monster. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not gonna read any of these layer actions. You just have to deal with that. But why do these layer actions have things inside the layer actions? Oh, these are just two different layer actions. I see. So this monster's got a lot. It's got layer actions. It's got regional effects. What's the CR that you're going for here? A CR10 monster with layer actions and regional effects, and legendary actions. This is probably closer to a CR15 monster, if not higher. Just so you know. This is really you're really not giving credence. And it's a spellcaster that has 5th level spells. So this CR needs to be way higher. And it's really squishy for a CR 10. So is this thing intended to like die really quickly? The health math is off. You probably did. Yeah, the health math is off. Is all your math off? I'm just gonna talk. Let's just cover that right now. +3 to hit on their venomous bite. +7 to hit on their pincers. Yeah, I think all your math is off, dude. Okay. Fun fact. We're not going to worry about any of the numbers because you didn't do the numbers correctly. So I'm just going to tell you how to do numbers quickly in math in D&D. The way that you do all the numbers in D&D is exactly, for monster stat blocks, is exactly the same way you do it for character stat blocks. So for example, this thing has 10 D8 hit die, and it has a +3 to its con modifier. A character, their hit points are equal to a roll of their hit die plus their con modifier, or the average of their hit die plus their con modifier each time. So this, because there's 10 times 3, which is their con modifier, is 30. So this should be +30, not +40. That same logic of how features work the same way they work for characters is true for attacks and damage rolls. So for example, this bite should probably be +8 to hit because it's our strength modifier plus our proficiency bonus. So that should be +8 to hit. All of these should probably be +8 to hit. Other than that, the same is true for any of their skills and stuff. So for example, this thing has a 12 in acrobatics. Why? Because we have 4 + 3 is 7. Even if you doubled the proficiency bonus because you made it expertise, that would still be 8 + 3, which would be 11. So all of your math is just wrong. So you got to go in there and you got to fix all that math up. Kleblo blow blah. How do we pronounce your name? CB Lebola Bear. How's it going? Thank you for the prime. This looks like the Spider Cave boss from Baldur's Gate 3. Is that what it is? It's got a venom spit. By the way, I'm going to be honest, we're going to skim this one. I'm not going to deep dive it. I think there's enough pieces that need changing immediately that it doesn't make sense to deep dive it. I don't know if this thing needs to be a full spellcaster. It has a venomous bite that people make a saving throw. This DC should be higher. On a failed save, they take more piercing damage? Why? So most of the time when you do monsters that have a bite attack that has a secondary feature, especially if it's poison, all of the piercing bite damage, like the teeth damage, is going to be in the front. And then after the con saving throw is going to be all the poison damage. It really doesn't make sense to do the piercing damage again, and it really doesn't make sense to add the damage modifier again. Now, they're poisoned for a minute here. Are they automatically poisoned for the whole minute, or can they retake their saves at the end of each of their turns? And then it has a pincer strike. Does it not have okay, the other thing that it's missing is it's missing extra attack. So this monster can't make more than one attack a turn. So because it can't make more than one attack a turn, why would it ever use pincer strike? Also, why does pincer strike 1 minute of poison? I think you need to spend a little bit more time and look at some more monsters, because the way that this is written is very jank. So, let me give you an example. Pincer Strike is literally the same as Venomous Bite, except this is doing piercing damage, and this is doing slashing damage and slashing damage. But they are literally the same. The only difference is that this automatically does poison effect, and this does an extra little bit of poison damage. But those two attacks are so similar that a player is not really going to feel the difference between those two. So you don't need to make them two separate attacks. The only reason to make them two separate attacks would be if this thing had extra attack, and if it did have extra attack or multi-attack, still, I think Pincer, or one of them, needs to be different feeling. But it's so irrelevant. Like, the difference is so irrelevant. Also, you made this thing a swarm, but you did not give it any swarm features. All creatures that are swarms in D&D have a series of features that are exactly the same. And it has to do with their damage output getting smaller when they get smaller. It also has to do with they're immune to a shit ton of stuff, grappled, restrained, all sorts of things. Also, there's a bunch of things. They're usually resistant to piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing damage. So there's a bunch of stuff that this thing doesn't have because that it would need if you wanted to be a swarm of insects, swarm of spiders. You think this was... I don't know if this was a spider swarm because they didn't... There's nothing spider swarm left in it. And then they have a web track, which they can shoot. Web trap. It does a little bit of damage. And then the target is restrained. And then they can break out with a successful DC 14 thing. And then, okay, yeah, so this is probably just taken directly from a web feature, I guess. That's probably fine. This is a bonus action, so I'm not sure why it's upon its death. This should just, it could just happen when it dies. It doesn't need to be a bonus action. And if that happens, you could put it up here in the section before you start talking about actions. We don't have the stat block for these, so I wouldn't include this unless we're including the stat block or including a monster that we can get the stat block for. Data, the damage needs to be increased. A lot of stuff needs to be increased. I'm going to be honest. This feels very uninformed. And I think that it is a wonderful first step into playing around with Homebrew. But I think if I was this creator, if I was you, BFG, Doom, I would start smaller. Because this needs enough work that I think you will get more out of rewriting a CR3 version of this or a CR4 version of this and figuring out all that nitty-gritty of the numbers and stuff. So upon its death, it releases 1d12 young spiders that we don't have stats for. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, the idea of it's cool. I would look at the Star Spawn Larva Mage. It's a different direction, but you can go in that direction. And then it has a reaction where when it's attacked with a melee attack, it can quickly excrete corrosive substance. The attack imposing disadvantage on the attacker's hit. And if it fails, they have to make an additional dex saving throw to avoid splashing acid onto their bodies. Okay, I would not give this thing a reaction that requires so many rolls. I would not make the... I think you could just make something bad happen if they fail the hit. I don't think you need the secondary dex save. Also, what does getting acid on our body mean? No mechanical explanation. No idea. Yeah, so there's sort of nothing there. Then we can do another Venom Burst. We can do a Venom Burst, 15-foot radius, con saving throw where they take poison damage. The poison damage is really weak. It can spew a 20-foot line. A 20-foot line targeting a creature within 30 feet. How is it a 20-foot line if it's a creature within 30 feet? Right? Shouldn't the creature... How does the line hit the creature if it's off by 10 feet? And then it can restrain creatures. A lot of these things are just doing the same thing, right? Isn't this basically just a ranged version of web attack, which is also a ranged thing? Like, we don't need web trap and silken cocoon. Just give us a legendary action to use web trap. It's the same. It's basically the same thing. I'll tell you what. If it's not the same thing, it's similar enough that the difference is negligible. The players will not notice it, and all you are doing by keeping it as a different thing is overcomplicating your homebrew. And then it has Frenzied Assault. It unleashes a Frenzied Assault, making 2 pincer strikes against a single target. If both hit, they take another tiny bit of extra poison damage. Again, it's minuscule. And again, we don't need 16 different things that poison us. We just need 1. Just give us the bite. You can't double poison people. Ambush tactics. If it moves up to half its speed without provoking opportunity, it moves up to half its speed without provoking opportunity attacks, and it can make an attack against them. Yeah, I think this thing just has too much going on that is the same thing. Yeah, you can remove all these legendary actions and then just give this thing multi-attack. And I don't really understand why it's getting spellcasting at all. Like, nothing in this feels like it should get spellcasting. So, I think that you have accomplished the goal of essentially structuring a sort of big spider. But let me challenge you on this big spider a little bit. Genuinely, aside from the spellcasting, what is this spider doing that is special or unique? Or better yet, as I mentioned earlier in chat, why does this spider need to exist? Because what I see this spider is doing is venoming people and webbing people. That's it. It has a little thing where it explodes with little baby spiders, and it has a little thing where it can, like, reactively spray people with acid. But other than that, man, this is just a big spider. I'd like a spider like this to exist. A huge spider that commands other large spiders is a nice niche to fill. I agree. This is not that. I agree that that could be a niche spider, but I don't think that's what this is. And by that same logic, what I want to encourage to you, BFG Doom, is to think about what is the most important part of this spider and make that in the forefront. Build the features to really shine this being a spider master. Make it feel like a swarm. Make it feel like a queen of spiders. It does not feel like a queen of spiders right now. Right now, it just feels like a big spider that explodes into little spiders. They might be watching. It doesn't really matter because they can always watch the VOD later. Shinobi. We don't need to be rude about people not being here. Maybe that wasn't your intention. I apologize. To be scared, I'd be scared of a... To be fair, I'd be scared of a big spider. Yeah, but you don't need to spend that much time working on it. You could literally just take the giant spider stat block and make all the numbers higher and give it multi-attack, and it's the same thing. Like, that's the issue. The issue is I want this to feel unique. I want this to feel special. And I think you're dancing with special, but I think you're not quite there. And I think you are massively bloating this thing with features that are completely mundane and unnecessary, so that it's really hard to feel like anything special is in there. And I feel like it's hard to, like, yeah, this thing is just bloated with ordinary features. And it can have ordinary features, but it can't be the bloating of the it can't be the bloat. And it also needs to feel like they are there to sort of set the base. They're not like everything that it is. Because if everything that it is just a giant spider, then I think that's fine. But then you still got to majorly simplify the stat block. But I would lean into the idea that this is a queen of swarms. You know, give her features that allow her to summon spiders or to command spiders around her. Or maybe she has an aura that all spiders within a certain range from are buffed. Or maybe she can communicate telepathically with spiders. Or something, you know, something that makes her feel like a queen of the spiders. Yeah, exactly what Data said. Don't judge people for missing streams. They don't have to be at streams. They can do whatever they want. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. BFG Doom, get your numbers in line. Look at other monster stat blocks. Use other monsters as reference points, not just for the way you format and write your features, but also for like rough power balance things. And also look out for other monsters that exist that do similar things to what you want, and make sure that your monster really stands out uniquely and the things that they're doing that are the most important are in the forefront. All right, let's give BFG a round of applause. She kills someone and erupts in spiders. That's a cool idea. What if when it bit you, the poison, if it wasn't treated in a certain amount of time, you would start to take damage and spiders would just start to tear out of you. That would be gross. They did say their PC was hacked, but they said it a lot and I moved on from the conversation. Because the show isn't, let's learn why one person's PC was hacked. But maybe it could be. We could do a show like that. That could be fun. Somebody put their name as Don't Worry About It. This is a test. This is only a test. Feel free to spin the wheel again. All right. I just won't add you to the wheel then. That's fine. Boo! Chaos Stripe is up next. The goal was a fun and funny monster as a way of rewarding players. It is monster art made for Wednesday stream, but actually mechanics haven't been made for it yet. The name of the monster is the Congats. Oh, this is a monster that is... We're just looking at some monster art? I'm all about that. Okay. A+ art, first of all. Adorable. This looks like something I would see in, like... You know those, like, old British children's books? This is like art you'd see in an old British children's book. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing. So I did a stream last week or earlier this week where everyone sent in monster art and we came up with ideas for what the mechanics could be. So what would the mechanics for this be? The first thing that I was thinking of was that what if they had like a... What if it was sort of like the Nilbog, where they sort of were like hard to fight? Like they had features that made them so like they didn't fight. Like whenever you try to attack or target it with something, you have to make a saving throw, and if you fail, you join the conga line. You know? And you can be pulled out of the conga line by taking damage. So if you get stuck, one of your allies can like bonk you on the head for a little bit of damage so you can like wake up. That could be fun. They spread the plague to people who hear their music. Guys, the goal was fun. The goal isn't dark. Fun and funny. Fun and funny. The plague. Yeah, exactly. The rats are throwing a party and it's save or join. Yeah. I might actually treat it like it's like they are plague rats, but the plague is not the bubonic plague. Oh my god, Z, you're brilliant. I take it all back. They are they're dance plague rats. They're dance plague rats. They spread the plague of dance. They spread the plague of dance. Yes. That's what I would do with them. Make them have some sort of poisoning aura or reactionary ability or something where they give you the boogie fever and you got to join the conga line. Yes. And maybe when you're a part of the conga line, you gain some weird resistances and immunities and can also spread the plague. Like, what if while you have the plague, you don't need to eat, drink, or sleep, but all you can do is dance? And then immediately, when you're free of the plague, you retroactively get all that hunger and tired that you had before. That could be hectic. Immunity is low charisma. I've never done that before, but I do love the idea of a feature that is harder if you are better at a thing. I think I've seen this once or twice where somebody had tried to make like a unknowable horror, and if your intelligence was too high, it was more dangerous because it was like the more you could understand it, the more dangerous it could be to you. So you could do something like that where it's like you have to make a saving throw. Like, what if it was you have to make a wisdom saving throw to avoid joining the dance? But if your charisma is over 50, if you have a charisma score of 15 or higher, you make the save at disadvantage. Because you're just so into you're just dancing. That could be a thing. Yeah, I know. Lots of stuff happens if your ability score is too low. I'm talking about if your ability score is too high. Low dex or charisma saves you. If your dexterity or charisma score are less than 7, you are immune. That could be very funny. That could be very funny. You could build a whole campaign around that, where the adventurers come to a town and it's all just like Mr. Magoo people who are like constantly tripping them over themselves and like really bad at communicating ideas. And they need to save all of the people of their town, but they're the only people that weren't affected because they can't dance or sing. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's great. A+. I don't know what stats I would give it. I'd probably treat it similar to like a swarm of rats. I might look at the cranium rats, not to copy the features, but as an example of mind control-esque rats. Mind warping rats. But I wouldn't give them spells in the way that cranium rats got spells. I would give them vibes and plague. I'd make it plaguey. Oh, I know there was a real dancing plague. That's why I thought it was a cool idea. They hand you little hats. Exactly. All hunger, thirst, exhaustion ignored while you dance, but you gain them when you stop. I'd just be careful with that because you don't want to be in a situation where everyone just dies. That would be lame. The more people that join the dance, the stronger it gets. Maybe the aura of dance gets bigger the more people that are in it. Exponential dance. Yeah, exponential dance. Exactly. You gain exhaustion, but they are immune to its effects while dancing. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Cool. Very fun piece, Chaos. Very fun piece. All right, I need to pee so much. So let's give you a round of applause, and then I'm going to go pee. And then we'll do more. Does that sound good to everyone? I hope so. All right, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back. Let me put on a little bit of something different for you. Here we go. We're going to change the music. We're going to change the music. We're going to change the music. All right, I'll be back in a second. Don't forget, one of the most important things that I think I could say about homebrew or anything else is Did you guys remember everything I told you to remember? Who listened? Huh? Every word? Good. Great. Groovy. Glorious. Fan-friggy-tasty. Did I miss anything while I was gone? Did anything weird happen? Aliens visited you? That's crazy. Watching Honey Goblin? I don't know what that is. Is that a person? Am I supposed to know who that is? Are they a person that I know? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they were a person that I didn't know? They were a person that I knew. I didn't remember knowing them. Oh, they're a famous person. Oh, they're a good artist, too. Cool. All right, we're back. We're back. Wouldn't that be crazy if we had 1,000 people in our chat? I don't think it's ever going to happen. That'd be crazy. The most I've ever had was like 200. Which was crazy, too. You finished the 3 body problem? Oh my god, the 3 body problem is so good. The 3 body problem is so good. Ugh, I liked it so much. It was one of those shows where during the whole show I just kept thinking, oh yeah, I forgot shows can be like good. It just felt good. There were no dumb parts. I love when a show doesn't feel like it has any dumb parts. The characters felt really like real and complex and engaging. And it was fucking weird, but like good weird. It was nice. It was a good show. I hope that it does well enough that they keep doing more of it. Dude, they were all great. I loved all the characters. I even liked the characters of the people that I didn't like. But I worked at CERN. It's like watching a movie about the military if you were in the military. Oh. I see that. There's a lot of things that's a little too close to people's personal lives that they end up not liking or watching because of that. You know? Hello, handsome. Hello. Oh, hey. All right, guys, get your prayers into the wheel. Get them in. Get them in. Boo! It's ba. Yes, I have some wool. Excellent. Do you have 3 bags full? This is another artificer piece. One thing I'm wondering is if I should extend the duration on this to 1 minute or concentration. Okay, so I believe that this is going to be a continuation of Baba's spells that they're working on. Yes, it is. So Baba is working on a series of spells that are intended to be designed to be specifically artificer-specific spells. Artificer-specific spells. And they are intended to feel sort of mechanical. And we've seen a bunch of them so far. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of them have been fire. Like, the one that was a tube, where you summon a tube, was so good. So, I think that it's an interesting challenge, because what we're working on here, and I'm just saying this because I want all of you to have the right headspace going into it, is that the goal here is that it is a spell specifically for artificers, but also it should feel a little mechanical. That's the goal. Is there a collection of them? I don't know if Baba's put them a collection all in one place, but at this point we've reviewed at least 3 of them. So I think it's a collection that he's working on. I just want to say also, for anybody that's in my Discord and is like, Cinder, I wish you were more active in the Discord. You know what channel I check more than any other channel in the Discord now? I bet Bildo knows. If Bildo guesses it in one, he wins. But if anybody else guesses it in one, they also win. This spell is called Drill. If it was peer review, I wouldn't have asked the question. I checked the peer review channels, though, but that's not the one I was thinking of. That's not the one I've been on recently the most. Drill, level 5 transmutation. Oh, this is a big boy spell. So, because this is a level 5 transmutation spell for an artificer, that really means we are... this is intended for, like, high-tier play, because artificers are half-casters. They're not getting access to 5th level spells until, like, 17th level or something like that. You guys are so off. Casting time, 1 action. Range, 60 feet. Duration, instantaneous. Your hands and feet merge and transform into an enormous adamantine drill. What? Your hands and your feet? So you just become like a pin... You just become like a pinwheel, man? Yeah, the wheel got it right. Helldivers. You can immediately burrow up to 60 feet. You can burrow through any material with the hardness equal to or less than non-magical stone. When you move, you can decide to leave a clear tunnel behind you, measuring 5 feet in diameter. Otherwise, your path fills in with loose gravel or soil. You can move through enemy creature spaces during this movement. If you do, each creature whose space you move through must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they take 3d12 bludgeoning damage. If you move through a structure, it takes twice as much damage. Okay, I want to say a couple thoughts. I think that creatures should not be able to be hit by this more than once. I don't think you should be able to go back and forth and hit the same creature like 8 times. So I would say something like, get that in there somewhere. Where, you know, once a creature's been affected by this spell, they can't be affected by it again. Or once a creature's taken this damage, they can't be affected by this spell again. Something like that. Bombay Bergamot. Yours was literally the first piece we looked at today. In the briefest of nutshell, the feedback for you is you should not use the official dynamite stat block in D&D. You should create your own. And that is going to solve a lot of the problems of how many parts of your subclass had to be devoted to making tweaks to sort of fix the issues with the base dynamite. That's the basic that was the basic feedback. I don't think 60 feet is too much. I disagree. It's essentially, because think about it like this. It's a 60-foot movement plus a little bit of potential damage. It's less movement than Thunderstep. But it also has a lot of weird, distinct control features because you can make holes in walls and stuff. It also has a big potential to, like, get you into a lot of trouble. Because if by the end of it you're underground, you're kind of stuck. So I think that helps balance it a little bit. I think it's probably fine. If I was going to go in the other direction. I was going to say I thought 60 feet was not enough. I was going to give you... I was going to say more. I feel like you could go higher than 60 feet. Is that crazy? Am I mad? It's 5th level. It's instantaneous. The next closest thing to this would probably be Dimension Door, which I believe is a 4th level spell and takes you 500 feet. It's not doing all the physical stuff, but by stating distance and direction, you could do stuff like that. To think of a silly outliner situation, since it leaves behind a 5-foot tunnel, anyone can follow through the surface. Yeah, that's I think where a lot of its power comes from. But it can only move through non-magical stones. So if there's a place you really don't want them to go, you can just make there be metal there. I think 100 feet would be okay. I think maybe it's... I'll tell you what. 100 feet is okay if you can't turn it. If it's 100 feet in a straight line, I think 100 feet is totally fine. I think if you can turn it, 60 feet feels a little bit more reasonable, maybe. You could also do something weird with it where you could make it more or less depending on verticality. So you could make it 100 feet if you go straight down, but 60 feet if you're moving horizontally. That's a little bit silly, though. I don't know if I would do that, actually. But that is what just popped into my brain. Either way, I like it. I think you can make the damage higher. Not the damage. I think the damage is good. I think you can make the size bigger. I also want to point out one weird little thing. It's fucking weird that both your hands and your feet turn into drills. I feel like just your feet should, or just your hands should. But the fact that all four of them do, it's like you're standing like you're standing like a, you know, you're like this all the time. Like you're just like hunched over on yourself. It feels weird. To me, that feels weird. Oh, what did I do? Messed up all the thing. There you go. Fly gives 60 feet for multiple turns at a 3rd level spell slot with more widely applicable movement type. Yes, but it doesn't burrow through solid objects. It doesn't, like, defy the boundaries of the world. And it doesn't do damage. And I think that it doesn't also do anything for anyone else. Like, me flying doesn't make a path for anyone but me. This makes a path for everyone. This also destroys things. This is very destructive in a way that fly isn't. I would also say that burrowing, and I've said this before, I feel like my chat's going to be sick of me saying this, but burrowing is a lot stronger than flying. Burrowing is flight, except the dungeon master has spent less time thinking about what's there. And you are untargetable and have total cover. You're basically invisible. Hey, Curtis. Yeah, I like it, dude. I think you could make the range higher. I think you could make the raid farther. But other than that, I think it's good. What was your... Did you ask a question specifically about it? I'm wondering if I can extend the duration for a minute and make it concentration. If you extend the duration for a minute, I might lower the initial distance, and I might make it require your action each turn to keep doing it. I might make it 30 feet, and then it takes your full action and your movement each turn to do it, or something like that, or just your action. I don't know, something like that. But I think it's okay if it's just a one-time thing. I think you just make the distance farther, and maybe make it straight line. Yeah, it's similar to Pass Wall for sure. Farts? What about farts? All right, Baba, thank you very much. I was just saying the movement by itself being long range is not a huge strength. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, the fact that you can get stuck underground, I think, is a big deal. Dwarf prerequisite. Why must you read? Because I didn't see what the context was. I just saw you said farts. Listen, I see farts. I read farts. I'm a simple man. Not farts. Anything but farts. You silly old gooses. Silly old geese, even. Of course I'm a man of culture. What do you think I am? Not gonna be a man of culture. Cheap Tactics is up next. This is a monster with abilities inspired by quantum mechanics. Oh boy. I don't know if the CR is correct. I kind of just guessed. Let's take a look. The Quantum Beast. It's a big stat block. Here you go on the tube. Here you go on the Twitch. Quantum beasts are created when interplanar travel goes horribly wrong, and the travelers never make it to their destination. Instead, they're lost to the multiverse, doomed to involuntarily shift from plane to plane for eternity. This exposes them to extreme cosmic interplanar energy, deforming their bodies and destroying their minds. Their very particles are destabilized, caused by... Okay, this is way too long talking about the process of making them. I don't want to have to... This is a whole paragraph before I even know what they look like. Once again, once in a while, quantum beasts find itself in their plane of origin. What do they like? Okay. Its body's enlarged and bloated. Its arms have been extended. Okay. This is way too much process of creation and not enough about what they do and what their vibe is. So I would cut this process of creation down at least in half. It's not even about the description being first. It's like, this flavor is fine. It's not enough, though. Like, you don't need to speak every part of their story, you know? All right, let's see what this thing does. Quantum Beast. Now, we're going for CR10 to start, but again, this is just a guess. It's got 165 hit points. It's got 17 AC. It's a little slow, but okay, that's fine. Some resistances, immunities. Why is it... why immunity to charmed, but not frightened? I don't know. Why immunity to paralyzed? Why immunity to restrained and stunned? A lot of these don't make sense to me based on the way this thing is written. I feel like this thing is teleporting a lot and like phasing. It doesn't feel like it would be immune to this stuff. I feel like that doesn't make sense. Probability manipulation. Once on each of its turns, if there are more than one creature within range of the QB, when the Q... What's the fuck is a QB? Oh, I see. Quantum Beast. All right, that's going to annoy you. I'll tell you, that's fine. That, on a personal level, annoys the shit out of me. I hate that. I don't want to call it the QB. That's quarterback. There's no way that isn't quarterback. So, that's going to hurt my brain because there's no way I'm not going to think about this monster like a quarterback. Okay. If once on each of its turns, if there are more than one creature within range when the quarterback, what is it actually called? The Quantum Beast makes an attack. It can choose to make the attack roll before choosing its target. If it chooses to do so, just say if it does. So wordy, Cheap Tactics. Come on, man. You're better than that. If it does, the attack is not affected by either disadvantage. Okay, that's a cool feature. I might change the way that I worded it because that's not great how it's worded. I would say once on each of its turns. I might just say this. Once on each of its turns. I might not make... Okay, here's what I might do. I might just make it roll a d20 at the start of its turn. And it can choose to use that in place of one of its attack rolls. And that attack is not... Yeah, and I just might do that. At the start of its turn, at the start of the Quantum Beast's turn, roll a d20. That roll can be used to replace any of its attack rolls on that turn. Or one of its attack rolls on that turn. Something like that. It's basically the same feature, but it's a little bit stronger, and it's going to take half the words and be a lot clearer. Unstable QB. Oh, you better call in somebody else for second half. The Unstable Presence. The QB has advantage on dexterity checks and saving throws. Okay, that's fine. A waveform. Once on each of its turns, when the QB is not being observed, it can forego its movement to teleport to a space within 120 feet of it. I would say that's fine. I would say so long as the place it teleports to is also not within observational sight. That's what I would say. I would say this movement can only be done when it's not being observed on either side, where it appears and where it disappears. Okay, it makes a bite attack and a tentacle attack, or 2 tentacle attacks. It's got a big boy bite. It's got a little boy tentacle, but a little bit more range on the tentacle. I might make one of these attacks do a little bit more than just damage. I might make the tentacle grapple or something. I feel like the 10 feet of range is not that excitingly different from the bite, but that's just me. What if it, well, if it isn't Titan B-Box. How's it going, buddy? Welcome to the show. We have collapsible probability, recharge 5 or 6. We're looking at a quantum beast. It's pretty cool. I'm doing good. I'm excited for the weekend. I don't have any plans this weekend, but also this is the first weekend that I don't have a shit ton of work to do. The past like 3 weekends in a row, I've basically just been editing all weekend for my podcast. I'm free this weekend, so I'm maybe going to go out, maybe get some food with some friends or something. Touch grass, it'll be nice. Collapsing probability. If there are more than one creature within range, the quarterback can make a tentacle attack. I literally didn't do it on purpose that time. That was actually an actual mistake. It's not a quarterback. It's a quantum beast. If there are more than one creature... That's so funny that I did that. Genuine mistake. I just see QB and I think quarterback. If there are more than one creature within range of the quantum beast, it can make a tentacle attack against each of them. All attacks share the same damage roll, adding any necessary rolls for critical hits. Cheap tactics. You are so wordy. You are so wordy. And I love you. And I love your ideas. But your wordiness is slowing you down. You gotta get over that wordiness. Or at least, realistically, you're not going to get over it quickly. It's a journey. But you gotta start facing that journey, my guy. You gotta start facing that journey. There have been 2 separate occasions where you have said, if there are more than one creature within range, blah, 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 blah. You don't need that. Do you know what you can do? You know how you could rewrite this feature? How about this? The quantum beast makes an attack roll against each creature within range of its tentacles. All attacks use the same damage rolls. Period. That's it. You don't need to clarify that more than one creature needs to be within range. They wouldn't use this feature if there wasn't more than one creature within range. I also think this is probably a little bit easier mechanically from a perspective of how many things need to happen for this not to be a series of attacks, but for all of the people around them to make a saving throw. Because think about it like this. What is a smoother way to engage in combat? You rolling 4 attack rolls, one at a time, and attributing them to different players, and then rolling damage, or you telling all of your players to make a dexterity saving throw, and then they tell you the number. It distributes the work. It's one of the main reasons why things like saving throws exist, is that it's about work distribution. You don't want to have to roll 5 dice. You want each player to have to roll 1 dice. So I would make this a saving throw. And I would make it like an AoE effect. Let's look at... You could make it 1 attack that applies to everyone too. I think that's fair also. Destabilization once a day. The God damn it, I almost said quarterback again. The Quantum Beast can attempt to destabilize a creature within 30 feet that it can see. Creature must make a DC 16 con saving throw or be subjected to the following effects for 1 minute. Is it all of them or just one of them? It's all of them. Okay. At the start of each of its turns, the creature rolls a d10. On a 1 through 8, it is teleported 15 feet in a direction determined by the result. You could steal the language from the spell. There's a cantrip that does this. What's the name of the cantrip that gives you fleas? What's the fleas cantrip? It's like vermin or something. Chat. I need you. Infestation. Thank you. This is such an easy way to do direction. Just do this. You don't have to deal with... Don't do clockwise. Don't deal with any of that. And instead of making it a D10, make it a D4. Boom. Done. When attempting to cast a spell, the creature rolls a d10. On a 1, the creature casts a random spell from the prepared known spells. I don't love this. When making a weapon attack, the creature rolls a d10. On a 1, the attack deals half damage as the weapon shifts. I think you should get rid of all of these. I think this is really cool and interesting. I think this feels tedious and kind of annoying to have to manage. And this feels, kind of like nothing, kind of bland. And this is just a lot of shit to keep track of. I just think we don't need all of this. I think this is enough. I would just get rid of these two entirely. Are we still taking submissions? Yeah. Not a quarterback. This is a bonus action, Entanglement. The Quantum Beast attempts to create a bond with itself and another creature it can see within 30 feet. Creature has to make a con saving throw or be bonded until the end of its next turn. The first time it takes damage while bonded to a creature, the damage is halved. The bonded creature takes the same amount. If the QB is subjected to a condition, the bonded creature is subjected to the same condition until the bond ends. Once a creature is affected by this ability, it's immune afterwards. And then it can take the disengage action as a bonus action. And then it can leap. I think it's a pretty cool monster. I feel like it's a little overloaded and at the moment. I think that I don't know if it needs the leap reaction and 2 significantly different bonus action choices and 2 basically the same tentacle attacks and 3 things here and then a 4th thing up here. I feel like you're throwing a little bit too much in. I would probably drop all the bonus action stuff. I would make Entanglement a feature similar to Destabilization. I would completely remove Collapsing Probability. And I would probably completely remove Probability Manipulation. I think Probability Manipulation is interesting, but I think it's a lot on top of everything else. And I think that the first feature of Destabilization and the Entanglement feature, to me, are the most interesting. Those are my thoughts. I think this does too many things right now. But I think that it is an interesting idea. But I do think you're kind of giving it... It doesn't need 10 different features. It could have 4 features and it'll be fine. It'll be good. Those are my thoughts. I also feel like yeah, I mean it's fun. I guess the only thing I want to say, and I don't know what the solution here is, and I'm curious how chat feels about this because maybe they feel differently. I'm not getting the quantum vibes outside of the entanglement feature. I can see where you're trying to make them, but I am not feeling them right now. I'm feeling like random reality warping chaos vibes, but I'm not feeling like quantum. I mean, I guess I am feeling quantum if I interpret quantum as chaos reality bending. But if you want it to not be chaos reality bending, and you want it to genuinely be like quantum stuff, I think that you gotta make it more probability and more dice rolling to determine what's happening, as opposed to features that are reliable or consistent. I like all the features. I think it's a cool monster. I'm not saying it shouldn't teleport. Scarlet, what's up, you fiend? How's it going, buddy? How is your show? Welcome. We're looking at a Quantum Beast. Well, we just finished looking at a Quantum Beast, but we're looking at Homebrew. It's Homebrew look at night. How was your D&D game? I was creeping on you guys for a little bit. Was it good? Oh, I'm so glad. Also, Scarlet, I saw the short that you put out where you're going to be doing stuff like where you're drawing monsters based off of people's stat blocks. That's a cool idea. If you just got to my show and you have no idea who the fuck I am, my name is CinderBlocksally. I review D&D Homebrew. It's most of what I do on Twitch. That's what we're doing tonight. We got a big wheel full of people's homebrew, and then we spin the wheel, and then we look at it. And we were just looking at Cheap Tactics Quantum Beast. I think it's a really fun monster. I really like it. I think there's definitely stuff to cut back, but I think the things that work well, I think the probability manipulation is also a really cool feature, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that, but I think that the things that work really well. I think it's just a matter about refining and toning things back a little bit. All right, let's give Cheap Tactics a little round of applause. We'll look at some more homebrew. You got the idea for my stream the other day. Oh shucks, I know you did. You told me in the short. No, you mentioned it. You gave me a lovely, very kind shout out, and I appreciate that. Explosive Pineapple, I'm glad you think my feedback is constructive. I will say, if you watch my stream long enough, inevitably you will watch me belittle other people's creations a couple times. Just be ready for that. It happens. I do get too emotionally invested in my feedback sometimes. So remember this moment when I'm yelling at somebody about how their feature's broken and doesn't work, and I don't like it. Go take care of your family. Tell them I say hi. Give them my love. Give them my love. Titan B-Box. To be very clear, if there is any AI created anything in your homebrew, I will skip it. If there is AI art, if there is AI writing, I'm just going to skip it. Even if you say ignore the AI art, I will skip it. That's just the way that I do it. So if you want to send me homebrew, if you want to send me something, you must be very aware of my opinion on AI art, because multiple people have sent me really cool homebrew before that I would have loved to have read, but I'm not looking at stuff that's made by AI. I want to look at stuff that's made by people, and I don't really give a shit if it's made by computers. AI is awesome, and it's great for many things. I don't care about its ability to write homebrew, and I don't care about your ability to show me its homebrew or its art. Bombay Bergamot says, I just finished watching my review. Thanks, Cinder. It's really helpful. I think V4 would be a playable finally. I think V3 is playable. I just think that it's like, there's just ways you can make it cleaner and do more cool stuff intrinsically in itself, where you're not sort of taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back to deal with part of the 3 steps forward. I honestly think if you rewrite the dynamite and just make it do something, and you build the dynamite from scratch, and you can use the language from the other one a certain extent, but make it its own thing and just solve the problems there, I think you're going to be golden. Thank you for the THB. I don't know what THB are, but I just got 349 of them. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I always, sometimes people will send me something and it's got AI, and I'm like, oh, but at the end of the day, it's good. I think I got to hold fast to something, you know? Everybody's got to hold fast to something. And I like AI art. I just like when it makes it itself, not your guys' weird amalgamation of AI art. You guys haven't invented real AI yet, though, so you'll get there eventually. Don't worry. I have made multiple QBs with different quantum mechanics as their central gimmick, perhaps one that can literally be in multiple places at once, occupy those spaces on the map. I mean, that's sort of the Echo Knight. The Echo Knight is basically that, isn't it? The Echo Knight can sort of exist in more than one space on the map at the same time. A bucket, 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 boo! It's Tim. Oh, there's a lot of Tims. Oh, there he is. To make a monk subclass that focuses on strength and defense, sometimes at the cost of movement and mobility. Also to have the monk use large weapons like the warrior monk Norio from Ghost of Tsushima. Okay. I don't know what Ghost of Tsushima is. That's not true. I do know what that is. My brother likes that video game. But let's see what you're going for here. All right, I'm going to say something before we start reading it. And I just want you to keep it in mind. A strength-based monk is not a new idea. I would argue that a strength-based monk is a piece of homebrew that I see often. That does not mean that it's unusable, and that doesn't mean it's a bad idea. But what it does mean is that you really got to work extra hard to make your piece stand out. So you're sort of, it's similar to making like a Feywild sorcerer or like a or like a, you know, there's just sort of, there's some, or a brawler rogue, you know? They come up a lot, which does not mean they're a bad thing. In fact, a lot of the times it means they're an awesome thing. But what it also means is you have to make sure yours feels different than the rest or it disappears. The Drunken Master Monk is another sort of that kind of monk. Yeah. Okay. Way of the Calcified Flesh. Monks of the Way of the Calcified Flesh are hardened through rigorous training and have special heightened resistance to damage and attacks. Monks, masters of shrugging off damage as well as crushing their foes with their much larger monk weapons. I'm going to ask another question right now. What is the difference between this and a barbarian? That's another thing that we want to ask ourselves, is that should we just be a barbarian? Because I would argue that a strength-based monk that fights with big weapons, that's a barbarian. But we're going to move on from that. But that from a plot perspective, that's what I would see that as. Wait, I mean, Data, is that good or bad? What do you mean just me wait? That's so ominous, Data. What do you mean just me wait? Okay, I guess you read ahead. Fine. I will wait. We gain proficiency in warhammers, halberds, battle axes as monk weapons. You must meet the strength requirements to wield them, but they can use your dex modifier instead of your strength. However, they are not considered finesse weapons. So I'm assuming the not considered finesse weapons is to make them not work as rogue multi-class sneak attack. But this is really strong. Getting to use reach weapons and battle axes. I mean, the halberd is clearly the strongest here. It's a reach weapon that's a D10. That's quite strong. When using patient defense, you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. Why is... I ask this from kindness. Why not just play a barbarian? And I mean that genuinely. Both of these features just feels like barbarian. I think in order for me to feel like this subclass should be a subclass, we need to have something that makes this subclass feel unique. What is something that this monk... What's something not that this monk can do, Because monks can do lots of things that barbarians can do. We're not worrying about the core class. What is something distinct in this subclass that we get by level 3 that makes this feel like it's a monk subclass? And that might be a really harsh question to ask. You might feel like why do I need to have to answer that? Because I don't ask that question for everything. You do need to answer that here. Because this fiction is too vague. The fiction is not specific. The fiction is, and vague fiction can be fine for subclasses. That's not a bad thing. But the vaguer your fiction, the more focused your mechanics kind of have to be a lot of the time. Monks have difficulty time using reach weapons since they can't flurry of blows. I mean, they can step forward. I can hit you when you're 10 feet away, and then I can walk 5 feet forward and flurry of blows. That's not unreasonable. Or I can hit a guy that's 10 feet away and then hit the guy that's right next to me. I don't think that's hard. Reach weapons are strong. The advantage of monk weapons is turning D4 weapons into actual damaging hits. Yeah, the reach weapon is strong. Let's see what we get at 6th level. But I would say for 3rd level, I feel like this feels lackluster. I think that this feels like barbarian light. And I want it to feel more like its own unique thing. Calloused hands. At 6th level, when being attacked by melee attack, instead of saying when being attacked by melee attack, say when you are targeted with a melee attack. When you are targeted with a melee attack, you can use your deflect missiles to deflect or catch the opponent's weapon. Have I read... All right, let's pause for a second. Actually, have we seen this subclass before? Chat, have we seen this subclass? Who sent me this? Tim, did you send this in before? And I'm asking because I have seen this ability word for word before. If you manage to catch their weapon, or if they have more attacks, you can make a contested athletics check to hold onto their weapon, ending their attack action and disabling that weapon's opportunity. I think you need to rewrite this sentence. Instead of saying, I would say, because we don't really know what deflect, we don't really know what to catch their weapon means. So, like, there's no mechanics for that. So you need to clarify what's happening with their catching their weapon. So if you catch their weapon, so what is determining the weapon catching versus deflecting? I really don't know, but that needs to be clear. And then once that is clear, we need to change the way this sentence is written. And we would say something like, when you have something like, if you have successfully, caught a creature's weapon, they cannot make attacks with that weapon until they make a contested athletics check to break free, or something like that. Are they grappled? I don't know. It's unclear. Does this work on claw attacks? Does this work on creatures like... I feel like this shouldn't work on like a giant or a dragon. I feel like there needs to be some limits on this. I also feel like, again, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but I've seen this ability so many times that when I saw it just now, I thought maybe I've read this homebrew before. So another one of those situations of like, I think that when you have an idea for a homebrew that is a fairly common idea, it's good to look and see what other things are happening out there. It also doesn't feel like it really fits the... I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it fits the vibe. I feel like it would fit the vibe more if you were somehow using your special weapons to, like, knock weapons out of people's hands or something, but we're not. We're just getting melee deflect missiles. So I'm like, I feel like it feels weird that so much of this first feature was about these weapons that we're getting. I don't know. The way that deflect missiles work is you can reduce the incoming damage, and if you reduce it to 0, you can spend a key point to throw it back at the target. Yeah, 1 D&D just gives monks this feature. So I try to come up with something that feels a little bit more evocative, and is something that's less applicable to any monk, and again, more applicable to this monk. Sundered Blow. At 11th level, when using your Stunning Strike feature and your target fails their save, you can spend 2 key points to disable the target's resistances to damage. And if they have immunities, it changes those to resistances. I've said this 1,000 times and I'll say it again. I'm super anti completely removing immunities. I think removing resistances is okay. But again, I think it's got to be... The times that it feels like it works are when it's related to a specific instance of damage, in my opinion. I also feel like this is kind of like a hat on a hat. Like, why do I have to use Stunning Strike to use this feature? Why am I reliant on Stunning Strike succeeding in order for this to succeed? Stunning Strike is already the strongest move in the monk's toolbox. I don't know if we need to bump it up. I like the idea of... I mean, I do like the idea of tapping into a core class feature and amplifying it. I just feel like Stunning Strike, I feel like, is a weird... Might not be the move. Might not be the move. And then we get Mountain Stance. At 17th level, you can enter a stance of pure physical prowess for an hour. For the duration, you don't gain any benefits from unarmored movement or slow fall. However, you gain extra maximum health equal to your monk level and regain hit points equal to your proficiency bonus at the start of each of your turns. That's too strong for that to be on for an hour. Holy shit. Also, Patient Defense does not require key points. So you're just a barbarian. So 17th level is you just become a barbarian? I don't know, man. I'm going to give you... all the feedback I just said is the feedback, but my main feedback is less barbarian and more unique. Is I think what we need here. We get a lot of barbarian, adjacent, and barbarian. And we get a lot of stuff that feels like I've seen it many times before. So I think that you should lean into making this feel a little bit more unique. Maybe you get special ways you can interact with these weapons and your flurry of blows. Maybe you, I don't know. There's a lot of different directions you can go in here. I don't really understand what the fiction of this thing is supposed to be other than monk barbarian. So you say calcified flesh. Maybe lean into that. Maybe you can grow crazy spike weapons. Maybe you become hardier. Maybe, I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff you could do, but you got to become hardier in ways that isn't, if you're going to become a hardier, and you got to really work to make this not feel like barbarian. Those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Tim. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you. You feel good about this one? You believe in yourself? I believe in you. Ready. Set. Oh, bucket a 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 boo. Data bank. Data, did you want to come on stream? I saw you in the chat. A monster to pair with the jackalware, the sheepware. Did you figure out how to write your homebrew so I could actually read it? You did. Lovely. Felt bad. You were like so unhappy with the formatting of the last one. I felt bad. What's up, Gemma? Here's the piece on YouTube. Here's the piece on Twitch. Gem Jar. 4 months. 4 whole months. That's a lot. That's more months than I know. Okay, so this is designed to go with the jackalware. Is the jackalware just a werewolf? Does it have any other weird features? Did I spell it wrong? Did you spell it wrong? Let's see. What does the jackal wear other than just a jackal? Okay, so the jackal wear is a werewolf that can put people to sleep. Okay. Good to know. It's like a werewolf, but backwards. Oh, it's like a jackal that becomes a person monster as opposed to... I see. Okay, cool. So this is the sheep wear. I like the art. It's just a spooky sheep drawing. I mean, it's just a spooky sheep picture. That's funny. After the demon Prince Gratz failed to overthrow the Prince of Beasts, he and his servants were cursed. The Jackalware specifically were given a new master to follow the Sheepware. Okay. Each pack of the Jackalwares respond to a single Sheepware who orders what food they fetch, where they live, who they target. The single Sheepware will command up to... Okay, so it's a big old sheep controlling a bunch of little jackals. Sheepware. Challenge rating 1. It's got some damage resistance. It's got all the werewolf stuff of the immunities, which is good. It's immune to being charmed, which is interesting. Discordant hum. While the sheepware is humming from its spin song feature or otherwise. What? There's... Okay. All creatures within 60 feet that can hear it have disadvantage on... We don't need this sentence. Why do you have this here? If this feature is a part of this, put it in here. If it's not a part of this, you don't need to mention it here. It has a bite attack. It does a wee little bit of damage, and it does a shit ton of necrotic damage. And if it reduces creatures to 0 hit points, the body is consumed, and the Jackalware regains some hit points. Scary. Okay. It's a really low... The damage is pretty high for CR1, but it's a really low chance to hit. Let me grab you. Hey, buddy. How's it going? Data? You got to unmute. If you don't unmute, I'm not going to be able to talk to you. You said you're in here, but you're not responding.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can.
I have a new microphone. This is the first time I'm actually on my PC while talking. This is amazing. Hi.
Hi, how's it going? Okay, so we got a sheeplewear.
A sheepware, yes.
So everybody within 60 feet of it has disadvantage on their wisdom saving throws?
So that's meant to tie into the Jackalware's sleep thing, because while it's humming, and it hums from its spin song, but while it's just humming in general, all people have disadvantage, so that it also activates on the Jackalware's sleeping thing.
That's cool. I don't think you need the from spin song sentence in here. I'd get rid of that. It has a bite. Bite's pretty good. Low chance of hit, but hits hard when it does. For a CR1, it hits pretty friggin' hard. I might lower this to 3d8, maybe, but I don't know if you need to. It has a shitty little dagger. Lovely. Spin song. The sheepware, is it sheepware or sheepware? You missed the W in here.
Did I misspell it? Oh, sheepware. Yeah. It's sheepware with a W.
Yeah. The sheepware begins humming, and every creature within 30 feet of it that can hear it must make a DC 13 wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature is charmed by the sheepware. This charm lasts until the creature can no longer hear the sheepware, and the sheepware stops humming or it takes damage. Genuine question. Why did you make the humming separate from this feature?
Because it might just want to hum, or if everyone's resisted its humming, it can still buff its Jackalware allies.
I think it is confusing more than anything else that this is a humming feature and this is a humming feature, and they're different features.
Should I just have it be an aura?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just make it an aura for sure.
Cool.
Shape change is shape change. Shuffle. The sheepware forces one creature it has charm to move 10 feet in any direction. That's kind of funny. Is that enough?
If you read the flavor text, I spent a lot of work on the flavor text, but if you read the flavor text, it's meant to be like the one herder in charge of multiple Jackalwares.
No, I understood that. I just didn't understand if 10 feet was enough movement.
I don't see why not. It's probably gonna get like 1 to 2 people charmed throughout an encounter, maybe.
I think it could be far more than 10 feet. I think you could make it 15.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's a fun monster. I feel like it feels the thing that feels a little redundant to me is Discordant Hum, making everything make wisdom saving throws at disadvantage, and then having that be a further range than its feature. If anything, I feel like, at least from a game mechanic perspective, you should have disadvantage if you're too close to it. So I feel like the logical thing would be Spin Song is 30 feet range, Discordant Hum is 15-foot range. And I understand that you want Discordant Hum to work with the Jackalware's features, but you see why that feels like a logical? Like, if this feature has a larger radius than this one, then all of these are always made at disadvantage anyway, right? You know what I mean? So, like, I feel like make that interaction one that characters can interact with, or you don't have to have it.
I guess I could have it turn off if it's incapacitated, because the whole point was that if you could, like, mute the area, it would not only stop the humming but also the disadvantage. But I guess, yeah. But I think that works. I think that's a good idea. I like that. Being able to solve problems with spells like silence and stuff are super fun. I just think that it makes more sense for Discordant Hum to affect you if you're closer to it, because right now Discordant Hum affects every single thing that it does in a way that makes it feel redundant. Like, how come I can hear the humming and be affected by this, but I'm not affected by this? You know? It's kind of how I feel. It's very spooky. I didn't request the flavor text, but you can read it. I spent a lot of time on it.
I read most of it.
You did? I honestly, I was setting up my mic at the time, so
I can go through it again. But yeah, I liked it. I thought it was good. I think that it does a good job of setting vibe. I like the supernatural leader section. And then I did not read Eat the Asleep, but Sheepwear survives by eating bodies, but prefer to do so consuming those who are asleep. Usually a Jackalware scout is sent ahead to pacify a single target. When the Jackalware puts someone to sleep, do they stay asleep if they take damage?
Probably not.
They do not.
You know, it's meant to eat commoners, so.
Yeah. I understand. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, no, I think the flavor text is really nice. I think it's very good.
Yeah, sorry about all the mix-up last time. So I thought I'd send you a little spooky monster. That is some weird. That's some weird picture of some sheep, but it is super spooky.
I love it. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concerns, yearnings?
Well, if you look at the dagger, because I was wondering if the dagger should say that we love you so much and we thank you for doing this. We love how much you put effort in.
Yep. There we go. Then we just hang up. All right, let's give Data a round of applause. Okay. I will point something out because I do want to acknowledge it, because I didn't mention it before when I was talking about the flavor text. What is this flavor text doing that I see very rarely in flavor text for monsters? Can anybody tell me? Or what do you think this flavor text does that makes it stand out a little bit? That's a better way of asking that question. There's something that's doing that you guys don't do that much. You do sometimes. I'm curious if you spot it. You're looking at the trees. Look at the forest. You're looking at the trees. Look at the forest. That's my clue. I'll give you a second to think about that. Ironic Gaming got the closest. Look at the formatting here. How much of this flavor text do I need to read to understand what this monster does? I would argue I need to read 5 words. Supernatural leader, eat the asleep. Immediately I know what this thing is about. Also, if I want information about this monster, it is organized based on what that information is about. Really good naming, really good headers for your subsections but also having subsections. The point of flavor text is to be read. And the easier it is to read, the more likely it is to be read. And when I am a dungeon master and I'm flipping through monster manuals or I'm looking at monsters, trying to figure out if I want to use them in my campaign or how I might build an encounter around them, this is one of the most important tools. Because usually when I'm looking at a monster, I'll look at the art, I'll skim the stat block, and I'll look at these headers. And then maybe I'll read the first sentence of a header or two. And if I read the first sentence of a header and it interests me, then I start diving down in. So this is not a lot of flavor text. It's actually kind of short, but it's an ideal amount of flavor text for a monster, but it's still broken up into these smaller sections. And these smaller sections are essentially categorized by the most important vibes that the creator wants us to know about this monster. So the two most, and Data, if this is wrong, tell me, but I would bet money that the two most important things about this monster are that it is a leader of the jackal wares and that it consumes creatures while they sleep. Yeah, exactly. Gem Jar said it really well. It has enough that I can read it and not have to do any work. That's what it is. I'll skim the heading in general, but the thing that you got to keep in mind, Ironic, is that nobody gives... This is the third most hidden in flavor text. The third most hidden is that jackal wares hate working for it. I might squeeze that. I might... That's probably fine if it's hidden in there. But regardless, I think it's really good. What was I going to say? I don't remember. Oh yeah, no one gives a shit about your writing. What a wonderful thing to know. You'd think that would be a really bad thing or a really sad thing, because you're like, I want people to want to like my writing. But that's not a sad thing. It's just an honest thing. The sad thing is people that expect people to want to read their writing and get really excited for people to read their writing and then get disappointed when people don't want to read their writing, and then they're heartbroken. That's sad. It's sad when you have an idea that you're so excited by, and then you put it to paper, and then nobody gives a shit. And it takes you doing all of that work, building up all that hype, to realize that nobody gives a shit. That's the sad part about writing. But you can turn that around into something very positive. Because if you go into your writing with that expectation, if you go into your writing knowing that you have to work to make somebody care to read your writing, then you are going to go into it with a much healthier mindset towards what you need to do. But you're also going to go into it with a much healthier mindset towards who are you doing this for? Because if you want your work to be seen by other people, it's good to learn the skills to write it for other people. But if you don't care about it, then it really doesn't matter what they think. Fuck them. Burn them down, baby. You know what I mean? The ironic is that I write for each competition, but I never get spun. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. You get spun sometimes. What's up, Abdal? How's it going, buddy? A random question. What are some other monsters that have zombie infection spreading mechanics other than illithids and myconids? The Sloddy. The Slods have some of the weirdest stuff going on this side of the Mississippi. So these are the... Where are they? Where's pictures? Here's the Slod. There's a Slod. There's one. There's another. You want to know how these things have... You want to know how these things have babies? The way the Slod reproduces, the red Slod specifically, the way the red Slod reproduces is that when it stabs you with these long fingernails, it injects eggs into you that will slowly gestate over time and then hatch and explode inside of you and become a little alien monster. And that makes a baby blue slotty. And if a blue slotty stabs you with its claws, you get really sick and then turn into a red slotty. And life goes on. So they're kind of fun. I love them. And if you happen to be somebody that's a magic user, you might turn into a green slotty. Slod. Slodai are the plural. And then the gray, they have all sorts of ways they grow. There's a bunch of ones. There's higher ones. There's the death ones. They actually go way higher than the death one. I think there's white ones and ghost ones and all sorts of things. Anyway, Data Bank, I think is a really flavorful monster. I feel like this monster could go really well as like an intro to like I could see this monster being something in the background, like the looming threat of sort of a joking horror campaign where it's like something that they fight, you know, at the end of the first arc when they're like going from level 2 to level 3, something like that. I think it would fit really nicely. I thought the blue transfer its egg by bite and the red by claw. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not by bite. I can check again, but I'm pretty sure that the blue ones, it's also by claw. Yeah, it's the claw. And it's just the red ones inject you. Okay, the red slot eye injects you with a little egg that grows inside of you for about a day or a long time. And then the blue one gets you sick. And then you fall in love with them both. Anyway, thank you, Data. Thank you, thank you. I love the Slod. I've only used them once. I only used them once, but my players remembered. I also leaned into them being like quintessential chaos monsters because they're from Pandemonium or Limbo, one of those really crazy madness dimensions. I think it's actually Limbo. And they, or no, it's Pandemonium. I think it's Pandemonium. Maybe it's Limbo. I don't know. It's one of the fucking two. It's one of the two. Anyway, they don't even look like frog people. They look like whatever they want to look like. They're like, they're transforming all the time. That's just sort of like their vibe most of the time is frog people because D&D is weird. But they can look like anything. You had a campaign about invading Limbo? That's very cool. I never had a campaign about invading Limbo, but one of the more hectic campaigns that I ran turned into the party interacting with both the Githyanki and the Githzerai. They became slaves on the Githyanki homeworld for a while, and then when they broke free, they met up with some Githzerai. Githzerai? Whatever. I love Astral Sea stuff. Yeah, that was also one of my favorite campaigns. Limbo's a really fun planet, a really fun plane of existence to interact with. It's very fun. And especially if you have the Githzerai with their like little peace domain bubbles. It's good. It's good. It's good. All right, should we do another spin? Probably. Boo. Fubadu. Fubadu. My players rolled to find something neat. Something neat, you say? In a knick-knack shop. I told them, hey, I found a mirror, so I'm thinking about giving them this. Oh, a magic mirror that you're thinking about giving your players. I want to say that I really appreciate the specificity of you explaining what this thing was. Because realistically, I'm going to give you pretty different feedback than I would have if you just sent me a random thing and didn't tell me what it was for. But I know this is for your home game. I know your players already have it. I don't know what level your players are. And what level your players are is a pretty important thing in determining if what power level something is. So if you're in the chat right now, if you could tell me what level your party is, I would appreciate that. Cinder, what theme should the next island in my island hopping campaign be? I would say cyborg dinosaur. Dinosaurs that met with some people from Mechanus who gave them special gears in their brain that taught them how to be very good tinkerers. So they all have big robotic arms with thumbs now. So like T-Rex have like arm things, and Stegosaurus have like arm things coming out of the side, and they just are like pretty chill. Like every ordinary citizen of that island is a dinosaur with robot sci-fi gear enhancements, but you're not fighting them. Those are just the denizens of the island, and whatever the conflict is, you know, whatever conflict they need to deal with. But they are just the citizens of that island, are dinosaurs that are intelligent through divine intervention from the plane of Mechanus. They're level 3. Okay, cool. Thank you, Fubadu. This is the hand mirror of empathy, and it's cursed. This small handheld mirror is unadorned and made of a highly polished silver, reflective on both sides. As an action, you can turn this mirror towards another creature you can see within 15 feet and speak the command word, Reflectus! Alright, a little Harry Potter in there. The target creature must make a DC 14 con saving throw. This should be lower. I'd probably make this a 13. On a failure, you and the target creature swap current hit point totals. That is too strong. And the effect lasts for a minute? That's confusing. I don't think this works. I think this is too easily abused. I'm going to read what the curse is, but I think this is too easily abused. Let's see, curse. After its use at dawn the next day. After its use, comma, at dawn the next day, just say, on dawn, at dawn, the day after it is used, you must make a DC 5 Constitution saving throw, or have your hit point maximum reduced by the number of temporary hit points that it has gained. This is way too swingy. You got to tone this way down, dude. They're level 3. Stop. This is not the level to start messing with maximum hit points. And the way this item works, like, what if they fight an owlbear? So if I use this on an owlbear, which has an average of 59 hit points, let's say I'm a level 3 barbarian, and I have my Okay, let's do some fucking math. You ready for this? I'm a level 3 barbarian with a 16 in my constitution. Okay? At level 1, how many hit points does that mean I have? I have 15. At level 2, assuming I'm taking the average, I have 25. At level 3, assuming I'm taking the average, I have 35. That means I have a maximum hit points of 35 if I have my stats ideal and I am the class that gets the most health. If I use this on a very ordinary CR3 monster, such as an owlbear, which has 59 hit points, that will just kill me. I am now going to have temporary hit points equal to almost double my current maximum hit points. So I am way too strong for that day. And then when I am affected by this in the next day, I'm going to take like 27 damage or something crazy like that. More. 28-ish damage. 29-ish damage. Closer to 29 damage. I don't think that works. Bosses at level 3 can reduce maximum hit points, but you got to be careful. And from a magic item the DM made, nah. Yeah, it's just... The downside is too big, and the upside is also almost too big. So I would not make this a hit point swap. I think that monster hit points are so radically different than player hit points. And I also feel like it kind of could ruin situations for you. Like, the alternative way of interacting with this that could be messed up is... If I get down to 2 hit points, like, what if, let me phrase it like this. What if I have, you know, it doesn't matter how many points the monster have. If I go down to 2 hit points and we switch, that monster is a 1-hit kill. Done. This wombo combos into one hit killing anything. Yeah, it's a potential auto win for any fight. So I think the idea of a hand mirror that does something where you're switching stuff is cool, but I think hit points is not the way. I don't know what the way is, but I would not do hit points. I think you got to tone it down a little bit for a magic item at level 3. You could make it a static plus or minus 10 hit points. That doesn't make... But where's the curse element? How does that become... I disagree. I don't think it makes sense. Also, the curse could technically just kill you outright. Yeah, exactly. That was what I was saying. Yeah. Curse could be appearance or have it scream, attracting monsters. Yeah, I think if you want to... I was trying to think about ways of keeping it in, like, you're switching stuff with them. You could switch damage resistances or damage vulnerabilities, maybe. You could switch, like, the way you can see. You could switch your face. It could be more roleplay. Yeah, switching appearances as if disguised self could make a lot of sense, for sure. What's up, James? You don't have to be sorry for being late. I got some schmutz in my eye. You got here for the big number of the schmutz in the eye. Attracting monsters for max HP or attract attention in a fight is interesting. I don't really know what you mean by that. But if you're changing your stats, then you have to readjust all of your features in the way that it's like maybe annoying. Like if my strength becomes 8, do I have to like figure out the math for all my... I don't know. I just don't want to do that. I feel like that's a little bit too much. And it's also like feels like too big of a punishment. I think you just got to tone it down a little bit. And I think hit points are not the way. I think something more role-play-y, something to do with other features, or something that is less stuff where you have to keep track of numbers, I think would be better. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a nice idea for a cursed item. A cursed little hand mirror makes a lot of sense. I like the vibe of it doing reflecting things. I just think the hit points are not the way. And I think the curse is the curse is definitely not the way. Okay, those are my thoughts. Let's give Fubadu a round of applause. I didn't read the whole curse. I guess I could. You then gain a memory of a powerful emotional event from that creature's past. Yeah, I mean that's a cool bit of flavor, and the DC going up is fine. But I think at the core it just needs to be fundamentally a little different. All right, let's give Fubadu a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. How about the hand mirror gives you reflections like mirror image, but one of them is an evil simulacrum? That is a lot of work, and I don't know how that would mechanically play out because the mirror images don't actually do anything. That could be something that I don't know if I'd go in that direction. All right. Bloop. Get your prayers in. Get your prayers in. Curse could be receive vulnerabilities or disadvantages from those who previously used it. It could be. It depends on how you want to keep track of that. I don't think swapping AC would work either. That's really easy to take advantage of. It's very it just seems too powerful. Like I think that I would say swapping anything with the monster probably not the move. Because monsters are designed really differently than characters. I think allowing you to add negative modifiers or switching things like that would make sense. But I don't think I would switch any features because monster stat blocks are designed so differently than humanoid or than player stat blocks. So I just don't think it would... maybe it would be okay if it was like for one round. But I don't know what what would the curse side be, you know? Like... the most common situation of players gaining access to monster features are powers that allow players to force monsters to redirect their attacks. That's really it. And those usually are like a one and done thing, like, and even then, those are often overpowered if you can do them too much, because monsters generally hit much harder than PCs. So you would want to be able to do it sort of with the same frequency that you could, like, cast a decent leveled spell. AC isn't very inherent to most PCs with armor, shields. Yeah, I agree. I don't think AC stuff would work. Why would it? No, it should not cast True Polymorph. That's a 9th level spell. Yeah. All right. Deep breaths. Allowing you to cast Alter Self based on the target is kind of cool. That could work. That was sort of what was suggested earlier, was the Disguise Self version. AC does not scale, this is true. But it feels weird. Like, why would you swap ACs? You're still holding the shield. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Buggada, 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 boo! It is the Nether Queen. Shield Combat Supplement. All right, depending on what this is, I'm either going to read it or basically not read it. So this is just like special new shields. It's kind of cool. Here it is on YouTube. Here it is on Twitch. This is for dual wielding shields. Proficiency is required in shields. They use the same damage and property system as other weapons. All shields use strength, but it's a finesse weapon. But a shield with finesse can use... Okay, so that's fine. This is just regular. You can dual wield them, but you only get the AC from one. Any shield with a two-handed property must be wielded with two hands to gain the AC bonus of the shield. Further, any shield with the two-handed or versatile property cannot benefit from the great weapon fighting feat. They have to have shield combat fighting style. Is that a new combat fighting style that you're making up, I guess? The total bonus to armor class each shield provides is listed in the item table. This is too... None of these should do higher than +2, I think. I don't want to be mean, but that's how I feel about it. Okay, I mean, listen, you want to turn shields into weapons? I think that could be cool. I feel like getting +4 is stupidly overpowered. I feel like getting +3 is almost overpowered. I think being able to throw some is cool. Yeah, I think this is mostly cool. I would not have the... I'd cut this shit out. But I think the rest of it's cool. Great Weapon Fighting is a fighting style. Great Weapon Master is the feat. Good call. Dual wielding shields makes no sense, even a world of magic and monsters. The +4 is two-handed and heavy. Okay, who cares? It's still a +4. We still live in a game that is fundamentally designed around bounded accuracy. You can care, but you're ignoring bounded accuracy. All right, well, when you're done caring a lot and you're back to being reasonable, then be reasonable. The +4 can work, honestly, because you can use no other weapons and only a D8. I just don't think that's great design. You can choose to wield a weapon that makes you have an AC so high that you're going to skew sort of off the scale, even with tanks and things like that. But you're doing such little damage that you have very little impact. I mean, I guess that's reasonable if you're trying to create like a true tank in like the World of Warcraft sense of things, but that's not really how D&D is played, and I worry that that would be boring. I don't know if the trade-off is enough. And I also worry that the trade-off is leading to genuinely duller gameplay. Yeah, D8 bludgeoning damage is not that little. It's fine. Yeah, you can still extra attack with it. It's still doing as much damage as the highest damage rating finesse weapon. If you dislike D&D 5e's bounded accuracy, then you should play Pathfinder or other games that don't use bounded accuracy. Because to deny bounded accuracy is reasonable, but if you deny it too much, the game stops functioning and everything needs to be reworked, and you're just forcing yourself to either have so much work to make things balanced or to ignore balance to the point where the D20 roll is less of a determiner on whether or not something succeeds or not than the number. And that's nonsense. Bounded accuracy in the briefest of nutshells is that in D&D, nothing's attack roll gets that high, nothing's saving throw gets that high, nothing's armor gets that high, nothing's spell save DC gets that high. That's what it is in a nutshell. Numbers don't keep going up. Without bounded accuracy after level 12, everything hits on a 2 or better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The number on the die starts to matter less than the modifier. And the modifier matters a lot, but when the number on the die doesn't matter that much, it's like you're not playing D&D, you just use a different system. What's the hypothetical highest for everything? I don't know. I don't know what that question means. I would probably make the tower shield. I like what Shalakar said. I would make the tower shield give people behind you have cover. That's cool. Anyway. Basically, D&D is set on this scale where the hardest something should be is basically a DC 30, which is essentially the God difficulty tier, and the easiest something is a DC 5. So if you think about the range of challenge, whether that's succeeding on a saving throw, or succeeding on hitting with an attack, or succeeding on an ability check, if you roll a 1 versus when you roll a 20... you're going to be somewhere in that range, and then your skill, your modifiers add to that. So with a DC 30, you need a +10 modifier, and you need to roll a 20 to get that, which is hard to do. Everything needs to be thinking about that range. That's basically bounded accuracy is that. That's bounded accuracy in a nutshell. Support to the writer. I've read this before. I think lowering AC bonus but giving non-AC buffs would be super cool for a system update. I mean, they do that a bit, right? We're getting that with the finesse throwing elements of them. There's definitely some work to put in here that's doing that nicely. But I agree that I think that the ACs is I just disagree with it. All right, those are my thoughts. Oh, the other big issue here is this. Now +1 weapons add +1 to your attack rolls, your damage rolls, and to your AC. That is too strong, I think. I disagree with that. I don't think... I think a +1 sword is an uncommon item. A +1 piece of armor is a rare item. A +1 to attack roll, a +1 weapon and shield would probably have to be a very rare item. Just a +1 version of that. So it's just like too strong. It's just too much compared to other things, I think. You know? Yeah, it's ridiculously OP. Well, I wish they would have listened to you when you called it out before, but that's okay. It's a fun idea. I love the idea of throwing in new mundane items, non-magical weapons that interact in slightly different ways. I think this is a really fun way to build out your thing. I just think you have to be realistic about the power level of AC, and I think you have to be realistic about the way that bounded accuracy works in D&D. And I think you need to be comparing the power of a +1 shield that you can fight with to a +1 weapon that you can't add to your AC, or a +1 shield that you can't fight with that would be rarer than an uncommon item, even if it was just +1. All right, thank you, Nether Queen. Round of applause. Yeah, you could definitely integrate this into your game. I don't think this needs a lot of work to be integrated into a game at all. I just think you got to tone some of the numbers down a little bit. But other than that, I think it's golden. We should talk about how to integrate Homebrew one of these weeks. I don't know how to have that conversation, Databank. Other than say, look at it, decide if you like it, decide if your players like it, tweak it to fit your game. Assume that it might be overpowered. Talk to your players beforehand about how it might need to change. Don't implement Homebrew with players that you aren't familiar with unless everybody agrees that it's okay if you need to change it. That would be the main thing that I would say. But I don't know what else I would say for that, because I do think a lot of implementation of Homebrew is just deciding where you want to put it, and deciding what you want to do with it. You know? Don't implement too much Homebrew. I have mixed feelings about that. The first D&D game I ever ran, the first campaign I ever ran, I threw in so much Homebrew so quickly. And it was fun. It was great. It was so much fun. We had such a good time. And I will say that the more I played D&D, the less I did that, and the more I learned how much more depth you can have, and how much, like, how you can turn D&D into a tabletop game instead of a video game, and how much easier it is as a dungeon master to how much easier it is to make sure your players are having fun and feel like they're getting a big impact when you do all of that stuff thoughtfully. I don't think you need to do it thoughtfully if you don't want to, because it is fun also. But I think that you sort of learn as you do that to either put up with it or to not do that anymore. Seems like a large percentage of Homebrew is accidentally OP. I would say 80% of the Homebrew that I look at is overpowered. I think that is a wonderful thing. In my opinion, it is much easier to edit something down in power than it is to edit it up in power. That is just my opinion, though. So I think it's totally reasonable for rough drafts. Because here's the other thing that I would say. I don't care how much work you've put into your Homebrew. When I'm seeing it, I still think it's a rough draft. I'm not looking at anything and thinking it's done. If you think your Homebrew is done, I don't want to look at it. And a good rough draft, in my opinion, has the most important ideas in there, as refined as they can be. It might have too many things in it still, but better to have a couple too many things and know what to cut than to have not enough things and to sort of be at a loss. Maybe 1% of D&D players actually play D&D. We all just rig our new rules and have fun with our TTRPG with D&D Paint Job. I think more than 1% play D&D closer to official rules than you think, Fluffcopter, especially with all the actual plays and stuff. People kind of like learn to play the game in the traditional sense. But yeah, most people use a good amount of Homebrew. Considering the number of prophecy subclasses or other general subclasses we see, I think it's really hard to power up, at least when the Homebrew is generic. Yes. A lot of the time, sometimes I feel bad because sometimes the idea is really generic and the only feedback I have is this doesn't feel like anything. It's just overpowered. And I try to find feedback that I can give that's helpful in that. But if your piece is a little bit vague or common or an idea that's been around the block before or generic, then it's harder to give it unique special features that feel cool. And it's a lot easier to accidentally just make it better than stuff that already exists. One of the most common pieces of homebrew that we get, not so much anymore, but I feel like that is around the world, is like, this is the monk, but better. It's like, this is the battleware monk. And it's essentially just a monk, but they just get more monk stuff. It's a monk, but they get more key points, and they can wield cooler weapons, and they can do better versions of their stunning strike, and it happens a lot. How should one react when players start leaving campaign before it even started? I would say you should not consider them have to have left the campaign if it hasn't started. You should consider them to have not joined it yet. Yeah, Tradosio help you with the Destiny Prophecy one? Yeah. Tradosio's not here tonight. I wonder where that man is. He's probably working or having fun. I hope he's got a night off. I hope he's chilling and doing something fun. Oh, I have such an issue nose. I was talking to Zach Speaks Giant about this. Whenever I talk or stream too much, my nose gets really itchy. I'm gonna tell him right now. Zach, my nose is doing that thing where it is itchy. Because I talk too much. I want to say I've seen 7 monks that just get extra free key points. Yeah, we see them a lot. We see them a lot. They're a common occurrence. Because monks need more key points. That's the thing. Is that it makes sense. Makes sense. But it's not a subclass feature. Arcade is up next. I've talked about this, right? I make one homebrew rule for the monks, and it's that the amount of key points they have are equal to the amount of key points they have. As also include their wisdom modifier. So it's not like your level; it's your level plus your wisdom modifier. That's the only bonus I think they need. An all-seeing cleric domain. Did you send this already, Arcade? This sounds familiar too. Providence domain. I haven't seen this before. It's a long one. There's nothing wrong with a long piece of homebrew. It's just that you have to work harder to make it engaging. Providence domain. Providence clerics are believed to have runic eyes etched into their brains, granting them insight to the unknowable. You are a silent observer, serving as the eyes of your deity in the mortal realm. Your deeper understanding of the universe allows you to shed light on that which is secret and warp the perception of those around you. Above all, your presence alone gives everyone an uneasy reminder that the gods are always watching. I think I need a little bit more about like what the point of view is, as opposed to just the vibe you give off. The art is really cool. Yeah, big agree. Let's see what spells we get. Comprehend languages, detect evil and good, levitate, see invisibility, hypnotic pattern, intellect fortress, arcane eye, phantasmal killer, legend lore, synaptic static. All right. I feel like detect thoughts would fit this too, but whatever. Or zone of truth, but I accept. Or true sight. True sight is a spell that you could get access to. I think it's a 5th level spell. Maybe it's a 6th level spell. If it's a 5th level spell, we should get that. Why levitate? No idea. Levitate doesn't make any sense on this list. For the eerie feel, I guess, yeah. At first level, we get 2 features. Okay. At first, level 1's mind is just as open to you as any book. You gain proficiency in insight if you don't already have it. Whenever you make a persuasion or intimidation check, you can use your insight modifier instead. It's not a modifier. Just say you can... I don't like that. I'm going to be honest. I would not make one skill represent 3 skills. I think it would be okay for you to use wisdom when making a persuasion or intimidation check, but I don't feel like insight fits here. I also feel like it's a little bit too strong to basically turn 1 skill into 3 skills at level 1. That's a powerful level 1 dip. Additionally, you're learning Code Thoughts, which counts as a cleric cantrip for you. Okay, that's fine. And then we get a whole other thing at first level. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. I like the vibe of it, but it feels too early. Like, this works as the Fey Wanderer Ranger, where they can add their wisdom to their charisma checks because it's a 3rd level feature. That would not work as yeah, it just doesn't work as a 1st level feature. It doesn't matter if you're an expert in insight being an expert in the other 2. This is just too powerful to get a 1st level. This just puts a player in this just puts the player into a world where not putting all your points in this skill makes you a worse subclass. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you do automatically get that you automatically get insight, and you're going to be using wisdom. So I don't know how much that matters, but I think you take I think this isn't a 1st level feature. This second part feels like a 1st level feature. This first part does not. Arcade, your intention is very clear. Your intention is that your insight would better let you know how to persuade and intimidate someone, and I get that. What I'm saying is that is too strong for a 1st level feature. And I think a better way to express that would to be you can add your wisdom modifier to persuasion and intimidation checks, but again, that's not a 1st level feature. Maybe that's a channel divinity. Maybe that's a 6th level feature, but it's not a 1st level feature. Eldritch Eyes. Also at 1st level, you can use your bonus action to open additional otherworldly eyes somewhere on your body. A number of eyes you open is equal to your proficiency bonus. I could have swear to God I've read this before. These additional eyes remain open for 10 minutes. For the duration, you have 60 feet of dark vision, or it extends by 30 feet. You have advantage on ability checks to determine whether or not something is an illusion, and you cannot be blinded. And then it does more stuff. It's very front-loaded, dude. Arcade, come on, man. Very front-loaded. Finally, while you have at least one Eldritch Eye open, what does that mean? What does it mean to have at least one Eldritch Eye open? That is a very confusing caveat. I think that needs a lot of clarity. I would just say, while this feature is active. As an action, choose a creature within 30 feet of you. You can attempt to warp their perception. They make a wisdom saving throw, or they become frightened. While they become frightened, their range of their vision is reduced by 30 feet. And, okay, this is way too much. This is way too fucking much, dude. You know what kind of features clerics get at 1st level? Can we talk about that for a second? Because I feel like you've built this thing without thinking about clerics. Tempest Cleric. Proficiency with weapons and armor. When a creature hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to deal lightning damage to them and knock them back, and you can do that wisdom modifier times per day. That's it. Really good, but that's it. Even the Twilight Cleric. What do we get at 1st level? Proficiency in big things, super dark vision. You can share your dark vision. You can give someone advantage on initiative. This is still a lot more than that. And the Twilight Cleric is arguably too strong. The ability to frighten a creature and then have them blind beyond 30 feet is insano. Also, I do feel like there's just too many words here. Like, I know I didn't read this whole feature, but to me, that speaks to there being an issue. That isn't me. Although it might be me. It might just be being lazy. So you can frighten creatures, and they have to make perception checks. This just seems overly complicated. Like, Arcade, I don't know what you want this to do, but this feels overly complicated. And it lasts for a number of rounds equal to how many Eldritch Eyes you have open. Where the fuck are you listing the Eldritch Eyes as, like, we know what they are? How many... It lasts for a number of rounds equal to how many eyes it has? I don't know. I have 30,000 eyes open. There's no number here. Unless I missed it. I see the number 10 for 10 minutes. I see the 60 for 60 feet. I see 30 for 30 feet. Literally nothing. Oh my god, it's so fucking hidden up here. Okay, yeah, this is silly. This is overly complicated to a ridiculous extent. Okay, so you have a feature that you can activate for 10 minutes, and then it does 6 different things, and then in addition to that feature activates. When it's active, you have a number of things equal to your proficiency bonus, and then you can use those things to do this. Like, that's like, you're giving us an avatar state at level 1. It's hidden when I'm skimming because I was looking for a number. It's not hidden, no. It was hidden for me because I was looking for a number. The thing is, I was lost in the sauce because I'm this deep in the feature before I'm thinking about this again, because it's sort of a half thought at the end of the opening paragraph. But it's also, I think, speaks to the complicated nature of this feature in a way that I don't think makes sense. And then it just keeps going, and that is another thing. Okay, I'm gonna try to actually understand what this does, because I don't. The creature within 30 feet of you. They make a wisdom saving throw. They're frightened of you. While they're frightened, they can only see within 30 feet of them. And then they can make perception checks to stop seeing that far. This is so much stronger than a channel divinity. Why isn't this a channel divinity? But comparing it to eyes when proficiency bonus is right there, unless you add more eyes, it's just say proficiency bonus. Yeah, I think that will make it a lot easier. Don't call it eyes. Call it, just say proficiency bonus. Because when I get down here, where I see how long it lasts, I have to, like, hunt for how long it lasts. Sacred Opportunity. As an action, you can settle your gaze on a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. For the duration, the target is healed 1d6 hit points at the start of their turn. Okay, and you can use this feature, Wisdom modifier. Oh my god. This is so overcomplicated. I'm sorry, dude. I would just burn this feature to the ground. Let me just say what this looks like to me. Wisdom modifier times, you can activate a feature that lasts 10 minutes, and it can be used proficient, and each of the features that it does, when they activate, they last proficiency bonus number of rounds. That's a lot, dude. That's fucking too much. Yeah, why? And also, why does it heal? I don't know. I think that this is overcomplicated to the point where I would say I would simplify it to shocking degrees. I would even just get rid of it if I were you, honestly, because I just don't think it makes sense. I think the idea of a creature being frightened is cool, and I think limiting their vision is cool. I think that fear is intrinsically tied to sight in the mechanics of D&D, though, so you got to be careful about that. If you are not in the area that it can see, how does that work? I also think that this is just... This first level feature is doing... Let me count how many things it's doing. 1, 2, 3, 4 things. It's doing 4 separate things, and it uses 3 different resources you need to keep track of. It uses wisdom modifier resources, it uses proficiency bonus resources, and it uses 10 minutes. That's so too much. It doesn't matter that it specifically says that. That's one thing. Okay, I apologize. That one issue that I took with it, I misunderstood it. But that one issue is not the issue. The issue is that this is doing 30 things. And when something does 30 things, it's very easy to have many issues with it. Or many misunderstandings. And, like, what's the flavor here? Why are the Eldritch Eyes making somebody frayed and blind, and then why are they also healing? I just don't understand it. I think it's not selling a fiction. Or it's selling, like, a very specific fiction that you have, that you feel very connected to because you're the one that built it, but that the expression of that fiction is not logically shown here at all. And then we get a channel divinity. Oh my god. Okay. We get scrutiny of the gods. The surveillance of your deity is inescapable. At second level, you can attempt to see things from someone else's perspective. As an action, choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. You can see through the target's eyes for 1 minute, gaining the benefits of any senses that it has. If the target is unwilling, it has to make a charisma saving throw. Okay. Additionally, you learn what types of creature it is, any spells or magical effects. I'll tell you what. This is where it's... This... Oops. Excuse me. What the fuck? This part... Oh my god. I hate Notion sometimes. This part is reasonable. Why are we now getting, like, full subclass features of the Monster Slayer Ranger and better versions of the Battle Master 7th level feature? Like, why are we getting that here? No. If you want to see through the creature's eyes, great. If you want to see the truth of the creature, great. And there's more after it. Oh my god. Avery, you're great. And you got a lot of ideas. But you just threw everything in your fridge into the pot. You know what I mean? Like, there's too much going on here. I almost don't want to I almost don't think it's worth keeping reading, to be honest. Like, I'll keep going. I'm going to skim it. But, like, I don't need to read the rest of this feature because this is already too much. You know? Yeah, I'm going to skim it. I have to. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to break down every single thing because there's just too much going on. Like, I think that this needs to be rebuilt from the ground up, basically, because I don't think the first level features or the channel divinity work. I think parts of the channel divinity work. But again, every single feature is doing like 6 things, dude. Why does the... If you are designing anything for D&D, and 3 times in a row, a single feature requires bullet points, you're doing too much. We shouldn't have bullet points in 3 features in a row. You can have bullet points in 3 features in a row, but if you need it, you probably have too much going on in here. We get Gift of Insight at 6th level. You can share your otherworldly insights with others. As an action, you utter a prayer, blah, blah, blah. What actually happens? You touch a creature for an hour. The target gains some things. They gain dark vision. Do they gain all of these? Of course they do. No attacks made against can be made with advantage. When rolling a saving throw against being charmed or frightened, they can treat the d20 roll as whatever your intelligence modifier is. Whatever your insight... Wait, what? They can treat your insight modifier? Does that mean they could treat the roll... I don't think you wrote this properly. So, your insight modifier, if your insight modifier is like a +7, does that mean they can treat their d20 roll as a 7? Arcade. Bullets are the easiest way to get information across when there's a lot of information. The issue is not bullets. The issue is there's so much in here that you knew you needed bullets. So... the next step after that is to know that this is too much. The issue is not bullets. The issue is the fact that they're needed. Yes, but those first of all, I don't think it is. But second of all, if you look at the monk, I mean, we could look at the Astral Self Monk, but the Astral Self Monk is not worth comparing to this because it's apples and oranges. It's a completely different thing. I mean, we can talk about it if you want to, though. But, like, it's also, like, where the features are. Oh, by the way, Who said that every Astral Monk feature has bullet points? I see one Astral feature monk with bullet points. Shalakar, I absolutely love when people are fucking wrong. But also, if you look at what the Astral Monk does, it's not features and features and features and features and features. And it's not like 6 different weird interactions and all this stuff. Like, the most complicated Astral Monk feature is this. And it does these 4 things. And when it's on, it's on. When it's off, it's off. Done. All of these just do one thing. And again, I think I'm just giving you too much attention because, honestly, Shalakor, I love you, but that is a bad comparison. Comparing this to the Astral Self Monk don't make any fucking sense to me. I love you, but that don't make no fucking sense to me. So what does this 6th level feature do? You're giving a creature dark vision. Attacks can't be made an advantage against them. And there's some weird anti-charm thing. I think an hour is a lot too long, personally. I think an hour is a lot too long. And I think this last part doesn't really make any sense. It's so weird feeling. Oh, and you can do these. You can spend a 1st level spell slot to do this again. Okay, Arcade. You got to tone this thing down. I don't have anything else to say about it. This is way too powerful, and it's got way too many things going on. All these features feel like they're doing too much. And I come back to the idea of what is the point of this subclass? What is it supposed to feel like? We have a 1st level feature that